time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hello and welcome to the second day of the round 5.
The quarterfinals.
The quarterfinals, second game. I'm Women Grandmaster Dina Belenkaya, and here with me today, as always, Grandmaster Aleksandr Shimanov. And we are very excited to see what is going to happen in these 4 games.
We are. Yeah, yesterday it was supposed to be 4 draws, but Dina, I'm not sure how to describe it. Overpushed, I guess is the right word.
Yeah, played in her usual style.
Yeah, that is true. So yeah, she wasn't supposed to lose this game. That is 100% sure. So, she was she was winning a couple of times during that game, and 3 other games were more or less balanced. And I think if anyone had a chance, it was Tanzania against Katerina Lagno. She was significantly better, but never winning. So yeah, every match is very close. And yes, Kostyuk won her game yesterday, but today Dina is white, and so far she's been playing very good chess. So yesterday was a tragedy, but
yeah, a little accident.
It happens. So she's definitely still in the match, and her chances are not that slim at all.
Definitely not. Today is not going to be an easy day for Aleksandr Kostyuk, but as you said, that was the only decisive game yesterday, so a lot of action, a lot of attention. Our attention will be to this matchup, and we can see them right now on the camera. Before the game starts, we shall announce you the sponsors of our event. We have Gazprom, who's a general partner of the championship and is also a global energy company. Gazprom views its mission as ensuring a reliable, efficient and balanced supply of natural gas, other energy resources and their derivatives to consumers. We also have Nornickel, and Nornickel is the leading Russian metals and mining company and is also the world's largest producer of high-grade nickel and palladium. This company supplies the growing demand for metals essential for the production of goods capable of significantly improving the quality of people's lives and ensuring the transition to a low-carbon, energy-efficient economy. But we also have Agro,
which is one of the world's largest producers of phosphate-based fertilizers and contributes to Russia's food security while also supplying vitamins for growth to 102 countries around the world. For many years, the company has actively supported the development of chess as a sport, acting as a strategic partner of FIDE and as the general partner of the Russian Chess Federation.
Indeed, and without these sponsors, this event would not be possible. We keep thanking them every single time and we'll continue to do that because it is for sure a great help. And this event is really unique. We already said that for the first time ever we have FIDE Women's World Cup as well as FIDE World Cup being played together, as well as the number of participants have increased dramatically since we have now the hybrid format that allows to qualify as well. We can also see other sponsors in the playing hall as well as in the overlay and behind us on the broadcast. You all know that, and yeah, that is really important. Otherwise, I believe we have already the moves, and seems like some players started thinking, or they're just taking things slowly.
I don't think that's the case. I mean, there are only like 2-3 moves have been played in every game so far. So we see our buddy Eric Rosen taking some photos.
Yeah, our colleague Eric Rosen, who was successfully beaten by you, Sasha, in table tennis approximately 2 hours ago.
You beat him as well, didn't you?
Yes, I did. But that is, we're getting a little bit away from our topic. So can we, or should we see the board soon?
Well, I guess we should. So, yeah, I was also going to mention that sponsors, they helped the organization of this event. And it's a very rare case when every participant is satisfied with the organization, because usually, there are some problems and someone is unhappy about something, but here everything is perfect and I haven't heard any complaints about the organization.
Yeah, that is a very good point. It is true that chess players are very, I'm trying to find the right word, I would say exigent. They are very demanding. They're very demanding, and they are in a way, spoiled. I would put it like this, but trying to keep it in polite way. Yeah, it is also normal for a chess player. The conditions need to be extremely good. You need to concentrate. You need to sleep good. You need to have a good walk. You need to have a proper food. You need to have no noise and stuff like that. And we all know the famous stories about Bobby Fischer when he was not satisfied with the conditions the tournament used to provide. So this is a extremely high-level organization so far, and all the participants do feel comfortable. Yeah, it also helps them to play good chess, and we have seen that so far. We also had beauty prizes. We had 6 games in total which were nominated by special Platinum Crown prize for the high quality of the games, and this is also a good example of showing how great things happen here. Of course, with its ups and downs for some, but ups for others, downs for some and ups for others. And right now we see Aleksandr Kostyniuk, who is enjoying her time, being comfortable about her position while Valentina is thinking. And we see Aleksandr has 1 hour 32 minutes, Valentina has only 1 hour 30 minutes.
I like the word only, considering that she actually gained some time from the clock.
Yeah. Could that be that Aleksandr has already surprised Valentina? You will tell me it's too early to judge, but at least, well, we do not see the most, but we do see that they are thinking. Also, Magnus Carlsen is enjoying his time while Andrei Yesipenko is trying to remember his lines. Although we don't know that, because sometimes Magnus can think from not necessarily looking at the board, can be thinking. Oh, and Magnus just made a move, so in fact it was Magnus
Who was thinking, right?
Yeah, it was Magnus who was thinking.
Yeah, that's kind of funny, but yeah, he's playing Andrei Yesipenko, but that's a different tournament. So I guess it's time to actually look at the games and see what's going on.
Definitely. It is good time to look at the moves, and it is also in a way pity to see the number of tables decreasing. I remember those times I think it was already 2 weeks ago almost. I played my games on July 12 and 13, and the playing hall was full of players. Now it's getting more and more empty. Feels kind of lonely, but I am pretty sure players who are there are satisfied with this loneliness, because it means that at least they did qualify.
Yeah, I don't think they are too sad about the number of tables. They don't really care about it. Because they're already in the quarterfinals, and that's a big achievement. I mean, the field is pretty strong, and we already lost a bunch of very serious candidates for winning the whole event. So, yeah, now we only have 8 best players. I think we could say that. I mean, as I said yesterday, every single player right now has a chance to win the whole thing. So, and it wouldn't be a huge surprise. Yeah, this is the first game, and we see the Queen's Gambit accepted, right?
Queen's Gambit accepted with the pawn on c2.
Yeah, that's your favorite one.
Yeah, no.
All right, so I'm kidding. Obviously, this is the London, and surprisingly, we haven't seen that many of London games.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Very few.
Maybe one of the first one, or
yeah, maybe this is actually. I mean, I don't think this is the first one, but very few. So yeah, I guess most of our viewers are familiar with this opening, because this is probably one of the most popular openings right now, especially in the faster time controls.
Yeah.
The good thing about this Bishop f4 stuff that it can be played against almost anything. Like if Black plays the Queen's Gambit accepted, Queen's Gambit declined, the Slav, the King's Indian, Grunfeld, whatever you call it. So you can play Bishop f4 anyways, and this is obviously a great thing about it. So e3, c5, one of the main replies, knight d2. So do you know who was the first one to play Bishop f4 on the highest level?
I believe it was Magnus, wasn't it?
I mean, he was one of the first ones, but the classic of this line is Gada Kamsky.
Nice to know. Gada from United States.
Gada from United States, yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
And I think he lives in France now, is he?
Yeah, he moved a lot. Originally he comes from our hometown, from St. Petersburg. In fact, one of the favorite stories of my mother is that Gada Kamsky's father was helping her out with trigonometry, or trigonometrics, how it's called, and he was drawing those lines to make the figures, because for her it was too complicated.
Well, that's very nice of him.
Yeah. Then he left. And then for some time, obviously he left the United States, but then he went back to Kazan, and he was playing for Kazan, for that Tatarstan region for a while.
Because that's his roots, right?
Yeah, these are his roots, and then he might be living in France right now. Either way, you say he was the founder of the Professional of the high
More or
level.
less, yeah.
London,
I mean, let's put it this way: he started to play it before it became a mainstream.
So he made it as a trend.
Well, actually, he wasn't. He played it for a long time, but then the person who made it a trend was Aleksandr Grishuk.
Nice.
He showed us that there are some hidden ideas which makes this opening not too easy to play against. So and then Magnus played it, and I mean nowadays Aronian plays it all the time as well as Firouzja. So this is actually pretty surprising to me that Black still haven't figured out what's the most precise way to equalize here, because Black tries all the different lines all the time, and still, even for me, I played Bishop F4 like hundreds of times, especially in the Blitz games. But whenever someone plays Bishop F4 against me, I'm always unsure how to react. So it is a tricky opening, and in this game, Aleksandr played c takes, e takes, Bishop F5, which is actually kind of a rare reaction. I mean, the main move is e6, there is also Queen b6, there is also Bishop g4, I believe, as well as Bishop f5. There is also c takes, e takes, and then Queen b6. So all these move orders are pretty possible. But Aleksandr takes on d4 and plays Bishop f5. So this is, not a novelty, of course, but kind of a rare idea. So I think your point is that she wants to play c3, e6, and now after Queen b3, Queen c8. I think this is the line here, and it's very solid for Black. But after Knight h4, I think there are some ideas for White, and it's not that simple. But looks like Dina didn't really expect it, because she is already thinking. And looking at her face, she's clearly trying to recall something, but maybe she just sees this position for the first time, actually.
Yeah, one thing I can add is that Knight h5 going for this bishop on f5 is a very common idea. It is also one of, it's a very common idea in many different openings, and especially here, because this bishop f5 is one of the strongest pieces of Black. So now going for it and trading it would be a very nice strategical achievement for White.
Yeah, and usually Black tries to provoke some weakening moves on the king side, and this goes like this. So this is kind of looking kind of awkward, but I think this is one of the main ideas. And yeah, White picks up the bishop, plays Bishop g2, and this is just a long game as usual in all these London type of positions. But I think this is more or less the only way for White to actually try to get some advantage here.
Right.
All right, so Dinara is thinking. Let's leave her and see what is going on in this game. This is already not so popular. Something not so popular. So it was the Sicilian, e6, g3. I mean, not the most principal line, but a very famous one.
Yeah.
Usually Black goes something like Knight c6, Bishop g2, Knight f6, then Queen e2, something like d6, castle, Bishop e7, then White wants to go Rook d1 and then try to play for d4. So a little bit...
c3 and d3 are possible moves here.
Yeah, c3, d3, but this is kind of passive. So if White wants to fight for something, she needs to try to play d4. And of course Black is fine, but so is White, so this is just a sideline. And I think this is actually the strongest setup for Black, but Tan decided to play d5 here, takes, d4.
This is a very principal approach. This is the most principal if Black wants to equalize immediately.
Maybe, but you will have to play with the isolated pawn. I mean, there are many people who like to play this type of position. I personally don't, so that's why I don't think it's a great approach here. Especially, I don't really get this move c takes d4. I mean, why did we have to take to a pawn on d4 that quickly? I mean, this is definitely d5 is one of the main moves, but c takes d4 must be very rare.
Yeah, we have bishop g4. Here's one of the main
I think knight
ideas.
c6,
Knight
bishop
c6,
g2, and then bishop g4. Yeah.
also, and knight f6 as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is actually not that simple. I think Michael Adams plays this a lot as white, and actually has won plenty of the games, as well as Aleksandr Morozevich, I think, also played this line quite a bit. But as I said, c takes d4, allowing knight takes d4, releasing the tension in the center. I mean, feels like a concession to me, to be honest.
Yes, that is true. It's definitely not the most principal line. Also, one idea with that knight c6 and bishop g4 was, in fact, to take the pawn on d4 with a knight using that pin, but here it would not be possible. Like, some of the lines go with short castle and knight takes d4.
Yeah, I think there's some line like bishop g4 with castle as white, knight takes d4. And I think queen e1 is pretty strong here.
Yeah.
So this is some theory, but it's actually kind of dangerous for black. But if she knows she's supposed to be fine here, this I can't believe this can fully equalize. I mean, black just gets a playable position, but it's supposed to be slightly better for white, just because this pawn is isolated and weak.
All right. So this is the situation in Lagno Tangent game. Shall we have a look at two other games that we have? We can leave Kostya Gunina for the dessert, but okay, here we go already. We have it. So, Ruy Lopez or Italian? I would say Ruy Lopez.
Yeah, well-known line. Bishop a4, knight f6, b5, bishop c5. I mean, I'm not sure how it's called exactly because it has different names as far as I understand. Some people call it Arkhangelsk variation.
Oh, yeah.
There's some Neo-Arkhangelsk variation. There's some people call it Yurtaev variation after Leonid Yurtaev. I think he was from Kyrgyzstan. Okay. Have you heard of him?
No.
Okay, so should I check? He was actually a pretty well-known, famous GM, and he was the one who played this line all the time. And I believe he was from Kyrgyzstan, maybe from Uzbekistan.
Yurtaev, yes, Kyrgyzstan, you're right.
All right.
And he unfortunately died in 2011.
Yeah, so he died 10 years ago, but at least Russian players, I think they call it the Yurtaev line.
Yes, no, in fact I did hear about it.
I mean, he was a very, very famous player, so yeah.
This might be his variation, his name. We can call it like, the collective, like all of those names together.
Like collective. Arkhangelsk, Neo-Arkhangelsk, Yurtaev, Tkachев variation.
Yes, I think this is the perfect.
Well, then you will pronounce the name of this line because I don't want to break my tongue. All right, so this is actually a very topical line nowadays, mostly thanks to Fabiano Caruana. He plays this a lot as black and with some good success. So let's see what Aleksandr will, or I think we're more curious of what Valentina has prepared against this line, right? Because she needs to win and she needs to show something in this very, very topical line. I think the recent game, one of the most recent games was Bishop G4. This was the game Grisha Caruana, which ended up in a draw, but out of the opening, it was actually much better for black. So Bishop B7, I think, is just the main move. Although no, Rook B8 is probably the main move. In any case, so there was also a game recently, Grisha Giri, a very long theoretical game which finished in a draw. So Valentina is thinking that is not a good sign because you need to be very, very well prepared here in order to put some pressure on black's position.
All right, so the next move of white would be rook to e1, knight to d2, knight to f1, and then White should decide one day if he wants to play d5 or if he, I understand that knight d2 is not possible. The plan, knight d2, knight f1, knight g3 or knight e3 and knight f5. There is also bishop g5. Here, I believe bishop g5 could be actually pretty strong because your bishop is no longer on e7 but on d6, so we could try to exploit that pin. Yeah, I believe black will take on d4 sooner or later. And if white wants to avoid it by playing d5, then it might not be the best way to do it because the pawn is still on c7 and not on c5. So in fact, after d5, there would be some pawn breaks c6, and I do not really know whose favorite that would be.
But what is your plan, right? Since knight d2 is not possible, d5 I don't think is a great idea, exactly because of c6 at some point. So
if you try
bishop g5, which looks very logical with the bishop on b6, then I think the idea is to play g5 here, or maybe take first on d4. Maybe this is a little bit more precise. And if c takes, I play g5, bishop g3, and then I play g4. I attack a knight, and if the knight goes to h4, let's say, I take the pawn. And this is, of course, kind of risky for black, but I think objectively it should be fine. So these are the ideas, and that's why white needs to be precise because that plan with knight d2, let's say knight f1, this is the most typical Spanish plan, Ruy Lopez plan, but it doesn't work in this with the bishop on b6. So that's why it's not that easy for white to play. And this bishop c5 line, I think, is more principled than with the bishop on e7, because we actually put some pressure. But at the same time, it's riskier for black because of some bishop g5 stuff.
Definitely.
But in any case, I think rook e1 needs to be played because that's a useful move, and then white needs to come up with something. So we'll see. Gunina is thinking she needs to win, and hopefully she recovers after yesterday's accident, if we can call it an accident.
I'm not sure if it was an accident. I think it was something else. Hard to say what it was, but we had spoken with the national coach of Russian women's team, and he said that was the usual scenario. Right.
Well, I knew it without talking to him that this is kind of standard for Valentina. I mean, it's amazing how much she hates draws in chess. Like, draw is a normal result. Like why would you hate it so much?
Yeah, it is interesting because, as I said, Aleksandr Kostyuk also doesn't like draws, but not like in the other way, not the objective, but like agreeing on draw.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay if you don't want to, if you want to play it out, but you can't just play for win in every single position, right?
Yeah.
You need to be practical, especially at this stage of the tournament, at this stage of the World Cup, not some random tournament, right? So, yeah. That being said, I remember one of the Russian Superfinals. I think Valentina started with 2 losses, and then she won like 7 games in a row.
Yeah, that is very typical.
No draws at all. So.
Very typical, yeah.
Yeah, all this is kind of standard. But this time she is the one who surprised in the opening, and we'll see if she will be able to put some pressure on Black's position.
She will definitely be able to put some pressure, just we don't know if that is going to be burning all the bridges or putting a serious pressure.
Makes sense. So...
Okay. The last game for today that we haven't yet had a look at is between Nana Zagnidze and Anna Muzychuk. And the interesting thing about this game is that both players have kind of similar style. They are both pretty calm and positional, meaning that either it is going to be just like yesterday, a draw without any mistakes, like very quite boring but proper game, or some of them will be able to outplay the other one. And that would be, and if that is the case, it would be, I thought of it, and to me it would be a strategical masterpiece, because if we take two very strong strategical players and one outplays the other, it means the quality of that strategy in the game should be on an extremely high level.
I totally agree, but looks like this game won't be a strategic masterpiece, right?
Yeah, it is true. The position is quite dynamical, though. Yeah, with all my...
We have seen this line before, Dina.
Yeah, we did. It was... Isn't it a poison pawn variation in Sicilian, that the one that Katerina Lagno played against Bibisara Solvayeva?
Exactly.
Or was it like, wait,
Exactly.
Bibisara took the pawn? No,
Bibisara was black.
Bibisara was black and she took that pawn.
Yeah, and she
Yeah.
equalized quite comfortably. Although I think her position was kind of dangerous at some point. Well, the most interesting thing to me here is that Nana, you know, as white, she plays some knight f3, g3, b3, e3, some
Many different things.
some sidelines, some random stuff, and here she goes for the most principled line in chess. How is it? Like, how does this happen? Could you explain to me, Dina? What's the logic behind it?
I've heard. I watched her interview in the last tournament she had. It was in Maine, Gibraltar's Grand Prix, the last stage of Women's Grand Prix, and she said that she was going to prepare for the World Cups right after that tournament. So, you know, in the period of something like 2 months, she could very much come up with some backup strategical ideas, backup strategical. Sharp variations, I would even say.
She could, but I haven't seen this in her white games, so it's kind of surprising that I mean, apparently she only prepared as black. Could it be the case?
Yeah, well, you know, maybe the opening repertoire of Anna was not an easy one for Nana, and she needed to, you know, to improve her strategies over there.
Well, either way, I'm just surprised. I'm not saying it's a bad choice or anything. The line itself is obviously great, but I just didn't expect it.
Yeah.
And something like h6, you remember that game against Carissa? You know, it sounds much more like Nana to me.
And also the Reti that she played against Polina Shavalova in the game where she needed to win with white pieces.
Yeah. So something like that. But as I said, like as white, she plays some knight f3, g3 stuff, and she does it very, very well. And as black, she goes for the sharpest line in chess, and this is strange to me.
Shall we have a look at the moves? How did this position arise?
Well, so the knight f, right?
Yes. So we had this.
No h6.
No h6, not this
But
time.
it was a mistake because it allowed white to play bishop g5. Bishop g5, e6, f4, queen b6, super sharp. Takes rook b1, queen a3, f5. So I think this is exactly what Bibisara played. Knight c6 also happened. Takes. Yeah, and I think here bishop e6 is actually the main move. And this was played, at least I recall one game Chigayev Vityugov. This is at least one game, I guess there are some more games like that. And yeah, bishop e6 is definitely the main line nowadays. F takes e6. I think that's what made Anna thinking a little bit, because she already spent some time. Takes. What happened? No, I think Katerina actually played bishop e2 here instead of f5, which is the most trending move nowadays. But f5 is very well known as well. F takes, takes, bishop e2, bishop e7, and just castle. So where is white's compensation after if black castles as well? What do you think, Dina?
I think black, first of all, doesn't have enough space, and secondly, their structure is, I mean, normally it's not worse than white structure, but here I have a feeling that it's kind of weaker or maybe easier to attack. Maybe it's just because there's a better coordination between white's pieces, but I would go with something like e5. this is a very typical pawn break of such structures. And now your chain, if you take, now I have so many options. I could go with bishop f3, for instance, or and then aiming to come to e4, rook on e1. Ooh, I really like white's position. Maybe rook f e1.
Well, you know what I'm gonna say, Dina?
It's too abstract.
No, I'm obviously gonna say that I disagree.
Yes,
because I mean, I like white's position, but 2 pawns are 2 pawns. And I don't think that we can just say that, I'll bring my rook to e1 and it looks very nice, because we're some material down. And 2 pawns is not only 1. I mean, of course, the structure is really bad, but I mean, my first feeling is that this position should be fine for black, just because of some extra material. And you actually need to be a little bit more concrete than that. Also, after e5, I have queen c5 check, and then I can take with the queen, which looks like a reasonable option as well. So I'm curious what's the theory here. I mean, we could actually take a look, I guess, if you could open up the chess base.
Of course.
Because I'm pretty sure this is some kind of a theory, but I'm just not really aware of what's going on here.
All right, so shall I put the same position that we have right now? Or you want to see it earlier? This one is good enough, right?
I think you better go move by move, because for some reason it doesn't find the position like that, I think. So.
All right, you're right.
Okay, e4, c5.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this again. c5, knight f3, d6, d4, takes, knight f6, knight c3,
a6,
a6, bishop g5, e6, f4, queen b6. Actually, in that game, I think h6 was played by Bibisara, but anyways, queen d2, yeah. Rook a1, now f5. Knight c6.
Always the first, everything is just the first line.
Yeah, I mean, f5 is the most popular one, but as I said, bishop takes c6 here is what people play lately. So, but you're saying that this is still a big theory. I mean, I'm sure it is, but I'm just not sure what's going on. So, after castling, what's the plan?
Castle, castle.
Yeah, castle, castle. And then rook b3?
Rook b3, 221 games in live book.
Yeah, okay, so not e5. I go queen c5, let's say.
Yes, bishop e3.
Bishop e3.
Queen e5.
Queen e5. And
bishop d4.
Yeah, queen a5,
in fact,
right?
here for the first time we have 2 options. We have 161 game with bishop d4 and 120 games with bishop f4.
All right, let's say bishop d4. So I go to a5, right? That's the only move. And then what?
Bishop d6.
Bishop b6. I mean,
sorry,
is this the main line? Is that what you're saying, Dina?
Yes.
And if I
a draw offer.
Yeah, and a draw offer, and if I play bishop f4, I'm guessing the main line is queen c5, bishop a3, right?
And if you play a bishop f4, queen c5, bishop e3, queen e5, bishop.
Chess is a draw, officially.
Chess is a drawish game, yeah. The players must be aware of that.
I'm 99% sure Nana is not aware of it. Because, I mean, I just don't see the logic. So you play in the sharpest line in chess. And this is the most popular line in the queen takes b2 variation, right? And how come you don't know what to do here?
She knows what to do here. She just she's hesitating. Either she makes the draw immediately, or she goes to the second line which she prepared, or third line which she prepared, which allows to continue the play.
But is there any alternative for black?
Yes, of course, we have alternatives.
Okay, so after castling, what is our alternative here?
After castling,
I don't think black has any. Otherwise,
we have king h1.
No, it's as white, but I'm talking about Nana. from Black's perspective. And I don't think she minds the draw here, right?
Okay. Instead of castling, there is Queen A5.
I mean, this just doesn't make any sense. Queen A5 is probably losing on the spot.
Let's have a look.
I mean, the only explanation I have is just that Nana didn't prepare this exact line for this game, and now she's just trying to remember what's going on. This could be the case, yes. But on the other hand, again, if you prepare this line, I mean, this is just the beginning of the theory, so you need to know exactly how to play here, and you don't. I mean, if you're trying to remember from this position, this is a bad sign because later on you will have to face some much tougher decision.
Right. So let me put the engine and tell you if Nana does have any alternative. I already mentioned Queen A5, but
I mean, the problem with this line is that one wrong move and you lost. So I don't think Black has. I mean, Queen F5 maybe is not losing, but it's clearly inferior than castling. So we will see, but looks like the line is objectively fine for Black, but also the fact that Nana is taking so much time is something that I don't like.
Okay, well, according to Livebook, she does have a choice. There is this...
No, but Queen A5, there's only 2 games, right? And after castling, there's like, I mean, 18 games and castling.
No, but people, no, not so many. There is Rook B3, there is Bishop F3, and there are 23 games here. Yeah, 23 games, and the evaluation is equal.
Yeah, but after Rook B3, Black is still castling, right? And we get the same position.
I see your point. No. In fact, no. They do not castle. They play Rook A7 or Queen D8. Not just one piece.
This is somewhere. Yeah, she just castle, of course. I mean, she needs to castle. All of this Queen A5, Rook A7 is probably some engines nonsense, and people don't play like this. So castle.
The bright side.
Rook B3 will happen quickly, I think.
Yeah. The bright side is that you're right. Nana has 13 minutes. I just realized it. 30 minutes. She has spent already 17 minutes on trying to remember the main theory.
But that's what I've been talking about.
Yeah,
this is my whole point.
You're right.
Yeah,
you're totally right. It is indeed very...
Rook B3, yeah. So Anna is aware. Maybe she has some idea in mind, because from what we see in the database, it looks like most of the games finish in a repetition, right? And I don't think Anna is actually going to repeat the moves. Maybe she can deviate somehow.
It would be good for her to deviate indeed, because it looks like she's. Although you see, Anna also spent 5 minutes on this.
Queen C5 quickly. All right.
Oh, maybe that is going to be the fastest result.
I mean, this is actually pretty interesting because the game may finish right now. Yeah.
You see, this is something that Nana might have been thinking of.
Well, I don't think she wants to play for win here. I mean, yeah. Look at Anna. What does this look mean?
Trying to remember.
She's trying to remember if she has anything besides repeating the moves here.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if you don't repeat, where's the compensation? We kind of struggle to find it, right?
No, but I believe that there are many ways to create some decent play, and we have seen that so many times. Well, Valentina can always show us like that any position you can fight, and it depends also on your energy.
Well, you can find, but then you will end up like Bunina. So, I mean, you don't want to fight in the position which is lost if you don't repeat the moves, right? True. I mean, we still admire the fighting spirit and everything, but unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to Anna if she overpushes here.
Yeah.
So it is very, very interesting from the opening perspective. For both sides, because I think Nana, she now I think she actually knows something, but she was just trying to remember. That's fine. But why would Anna go for this drawish line as white? This is what now surprises me.
Did Anna have any choice?
I mean, there are like play if you're not ready for this line, like play knight b3, let's say, and just play a game. So, and this is one of the lines. So play, I don't know, like h4. I mean, this is actually a legit
Not a joke?
idea, not a joke at all. So, yeah, we'll see, but we may see the finish of this game very quickly. And the fact that Anna is thinking, I mean, if she had an idea, right, something serious, she would play it quickly, right? There's no point to spend time here.
Unless she tries to remember it.
That could be the case, but I don't believe in it. And I mean, this will be very surprising if the game will finish so quickly after such a sharp opening. All right, so wow, what is that? Bishop f5. Bishop f5 and Sadwakaso played bishop b5. Bishop b5, e6 and knight e5. Quickly attacking black's position. But as far as I remember, this kind of we called it a blitzkrieg, right?
Blitzkrieg, a term that you taught me on our previous commentary. This happens when you play.
You wanna win immediately, basically. Like I think it's some kind of a word term.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and you want to finish the war in like literally a couple of days. You want to crush your opponent very quickly, and if your plan fails, then you fail. So, and I think in this case, this kind of blitzkrieg doesn't work because, I mean, maybe again this is some kind of a theory, but I played this myself many times, and as far as I remember, this kind of c4 ideas, they never really work for white. So d takes, a4, well, actually makes sense. We want to take on c4 with the knight. Bishop b4, pinning the knight, and now castling. And it is Garechkin now who's thinking. What is going on, Dina?
At least the position is complicated and pretty dynamic, and this is normally something that you should play against Aleksandr.
Right. On the other hand, you created a weakness here, and if Aleksandr will be able to stop all the threats, I think she just castled. Then she will have a play against the d4 pawn. So, and I recall some game she played against Anton Demchenko, a strong Russian GM. It was also some London and something similar. Yeah, I remember White also played bishop b5 and c4, but I think that game actually went well for Aleksandr, so maybe they actually repeating it, but that is probably not the case because Dinara already spent more than 20 minutes of her time.
True, Dinara has 1 hour and 8 minutes, while Aleksandr has 1 hour 21. And, well, the position is with isolated pawn, but the c4 pawn is not taken yet. So as you said, Sasha, if like let's say Dinara does not come up with some proper and with some concrete, I would say, ideas to make Aleksandr some problems, if I can call it like this, then Aleksandr could actually use this isolated pawn and play as usual against this structure by putting her knight on d5, by putting her rook on d8, by eliminating minor pieces, keeping only the major pieces, which are rooks and queen, and then using this weakness and attacking it and eating it. But like from one side, we see the improved version of isolated pawn for black because the bishop is on f5 and not on c8 or b7.
Well, as I was saying, I mean, all this c4 stuff is actually pretty risky for white in this London type of position. So she needs to be very concrete, otherwise she will be just worse. And after knight c4, I think the problem is queen takes d4. And now if you take the queen, I take it back. So that's good for black. And if you play bishop takes c6 or knight takes c6. No, if knight takes c6, I just take here. B takes, bishop takes, and rook d8. And I think this is this must be equal. So this is actually one of the options for white. And if bishop takes c6, then we actually take on the bishop on f4, and I think this looks slightly better for black. So, do we have any other alternatives to knight d takes c4? I mean, white can try to take on c6 first, but then I just go queen b7, and if anyone is better, it's black here.
Yeah, but at least black has a weakness on c6 as now, and they like looking at the pawns. At least it's even by the number of weaknesses.
Well, the number of weaknesses is even, but everything else is better for black. So
actually, it's not even because there is b2, and it's also a weakness. So in fact, white still has two weaknesses against
I mean, this
black.
is just the worst position, and Dina will never go for this. So I think she will just take on c4.
Oh, looks like bishop c6. What did you just say?
I mean, this is what always happens when I say, a player will never play this, then she immediately plays it. I mean, again, maybe there is some concrete idea in mind, but strategically this looks extremely dangerous for black.
I do not feel convinced, I kind of enjoy the knights. I feel like they are super strong here. And if only we could exchange dark squared bishops, then I would feel even better because you wouldn't have the advantage of two bishops.
Well, but I do have a bishop pair right now. I have a clear plan of playing rook d8 and then c5. I have a great square for my knight. I mean, the pawn on a4 is actually supposed to be on a2, so I can at least attack the bishop on b4. No, this is just better for black, I think. I really don't like this idea.
Right. What if I try to come up with something like what could that be?
I mean, yeah, if you like white's position, please come up with some ideas.
Yeah, I'm thinking of something like okay, I obviously need to move my queen. That is 100% sure. Where would I put it? On e2? Maybe on e2.
No, rook d8.
And I go rook d1, rook f d1.
Rook f d1, and I play. I mean, I can make literally any move. Well, first of all, I think c5 is a very serious idea. But secondly, I may not want to play it just yet. So, say knight d5. Where do you put your bishop?
I can put it to I can put it to d2 or to e3. Maybe e3 because it looks awful, but at least I stop c5. And then if only I could put my knight from c4 to c5, could be nice.
But I mean, even in this case, I just take on c5, play f6. Your knight has to go away. I play e5, and the structure is still great for black. So. And wait, what is she thinking about here? Does she have any other move? I mean, queen d4, could it be an option? No. This just can't be right?
In d4, is that a move? Looks like it is. You took a piece, and you took a pawn, and now you attack by both pieces. So how about I take bishop takes b7?
Yeah, take here.
And if I take the rook?
I guess I just take back.
And if I go something like knight d to c4?
Yeah, and then I want to prove that I have some compensation, which maybe is not the case here. Wait, what if I take... No, I think I actually take not the bishop on a8, but the pawn on e5.
Ah, this way.
Sorry, the knight on e5, yeah.
This way. Okay, you take the knight. Now I can still play something like bishop c4. Oh, sorry, I meant knight c4. But knight c4 you will attack my both pieces.
Yeah, queen c7 or queen c5.
And I won't be able to defend them.
The bishop or the knight, so this is good. So you have to move the bishop back, and then I just play like... I mean, unfortunately, rook d8 doesn't work just yet.
Knight c5, knight c4.
Yeah, because of knight takes c4.
Nice.
Attacking the queen, but I can play... sorry, where is it? Yeah, right here. So instead of rook d8, queen d4, for example, it makes a lot of sense. Putting pressure on the knight, b2 is hanging as well. I mean, this looks pretty dangerous for white. So actually, both of the alternatives looks very, very nice. And I think we can call bishop c6 a red move.
Red move. Oh, you reminded me about my expert. Where I could have a look at.
Expert friend, yeah.
Red move. Interesting. No, it's not a red move. It is how do we call it? Strawberry cocktail? Like
Strawberry cocktail.
tiny little pink touch, but it's not red.
Like a purple or something?
No. It's like whenever moves are bad, they're usually red.
Yeah, we should explain. Didn't explain what do we mean?
This was a side joke.
Because it sounds sounds like we
usually
just
like
crazy
when you follow the game on some websites, you can have you can have the evaluation, and you can also have moves which are shown immediately to be mistake. So the wrong moves, the bad moves, are shown in red color. But sometimes when it's not a mistake or just imperfection or something like this, inaccuracy, it can be slight pink. And here my way of describing was like the strawberry cocktail, like strawberry milkshake. Yeah, this is the tiny
nice
pink,
color, yeah.
tiny pink. So this is what it is. Like bishop c6 is quite inaccuracy, but it's not red. Like it's not very red. It's just a little.
But queen takes d4 is actually a very legit idea for black, right?
Yeah.
And that's what Gorechkin is thinking about. And the problem here for black is both moves look very promising, but she just took b takes c6, and because this is also a very comfortable position for black, but this is where we can see her style, right? It's a very clear example of her style, because queen d4 was also working, but it's some complications, and she doesn't like to do anything like that. She doesn't like to deal with complicated lines, I think, in general, when she can get a simply better position. So, and someone like, I don't know, FIDE safe, let's say. You know, his type of player would definitely take on d4, because it just creates a mess, and it's a fun position, and black is the one having the initiative here. But in any case, I mean, black is better, and not going to be a fun play for Dina, and I'm extremely surprised that she took on c6, because I think this is just a serious positional mistake, no matter what your assistant tells us.
Right. Well, this is what we are here for, to explain the moves in a human way without, even when we have the engines, or we all have engines in front of us with evaluation, we still need those explanations and plans and understanding, a deeper understanding of what is going on.
Well, I know a very deep... Can we show a very deep understanding of what's going on in this position? Yeah. I think we can, right? We can explain in details that these moves will happen here in the game.
Have they already happened or not yet?
Only once. Only once so far. Bishop f4 is on the board. Now Nana is thinking, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with queen c5. So Yeah, I expect this game to finish in a draw, and actually Anna spent already like 10 minutes after the last time we left here, and that clearly shows us that she doesn't have
Any alternative.
any novelties or in her pocket, right? So yeah, we may get our first tiebreak
Tomorrow.
matchup for
Yeah,
tomorrow.
we might know the names for tomorrow for our first tiebreak. That could very much be Anna Musuchuk together with Nana Zagnidze. Well, you see, there's also like some kind of expected. Once again, as I said, either we will get a strategical masterpiece, or that's gonna be a very boring game. And that was the scenario yesterday, and it is today.
But it wasn't supposed to be boring because this is the sharpest line ever. But at the same time, it's a very frequent case when players play a very very sharp line, but there is some repetition which neither of the sides can avoid. So yeah, this is probably the case here, and Queen c5 is on the board, so I think we will see a quick draw here. All right, this is interesting. This is not going to be a quick draw.
Wow, this position is very complex and rich of ideas. It is an isolated structure, isolated pawn on d5, normally known to be as a weakness, and queens disappear. So ideally we say whenever one side has an isolated pawn, he needs to, or she needs to attack the king. Without queens, this is no longer possible, but minor pieces are there, and if the rooks get exchanged as well, this is not going to be a weakness anymore. This is going to be a strength, because it will allow pieces to go to the outposts and get more space.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a weakness right now at all, because usually to claim it's well, first of all, you need to attack the weakness if you claim it is a weak pawn, right? And here only the bishop attacks it, but we'll bring the knight to f6 to protect it one more time, and also black always threatens to play d4 at some point and just get rid of this weak pawn. So let's see how that happened, because after knight takes d4, we were saying that white is probably slightly better. Bishop g2, knight b3, queen e7. All right, so maybe this was all prepped by Zhengyi. And if that's the case, this is actually a very, very interesting idea, because that is something I haven't seen before. And after queen e2, bishop g4, a very nice move, developing the piece with tempo. Bishop went to e7, c3, castle, h3, bishop e6, castle, h5. And h5 shows some aggressive intentions by Khan, and I mean, I'm not sure if it was necessary to play this move, but in any case, looks interesting.
Yeah, as we said, these pawn pushes are very much.
All right.
The result, we said it, the most boring matchup, and it was true. It was true.
Well, you know what happened, I think, Dina, that I met Anna before the game on our way to the playing hall, and I wish her good luck because I bet on her in the match, and maybe that it was too much pressure. I mean, our friendly bets, right?
Yeah, I remember.
So maybe that was too much pressure for her, and she felt like making a quick draw here.
That is interesting. I do not believe that was on purpose. But that is an interesting sequence. Like, it's an interesting. Coincidence. They're trying to draw the colors.
I thought they were arguing about that fact that the game has to be at least 30 moves, but in this case, players can repeat.
They didn't.
Can repeat it like 10 more times or something.
They didn't ask for the 3 times repetition for an arbiter.
Yeah, and we see that Anna is kind of laughing, saying that what kind of nonsense is that, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, if you repeat the moves, like.
But that's the rule. It's not a nonsense. It's the rule. You have to ask an arbiter. You have to.
Well, okay, maybe you're right. Yeah, but I still think. I mean,
it's just
the
a fact,
rules must be made for players, not just to come up with some stuff which doesn't make bureaucracy is probably the right word here. Yeah. So Anyways, and interesting. I mean, we can't really call it a bad game, right?
Yeah.
You can't really call it a bad game, and there was some. I don't think this was all planned by Anna, but in any case, this is a quick draw, and we see the first pair of players heading towards the tiebreak.
Yeah. Well, at least we will see each other tomorrow. That is a good thing.
Yeah.
Because
now I'm happy,
Yeah.
Because I thought that we won't see any tiebreaks. If there won't be any tiebreaks, then I won't see you again.
Exactly. We had this small talk before the beginning of the commentary, and we actually with four games in the quarterfinals, it is not 100% sure that all of them would be all of them. It is not sure that not all of them would be decided today.
It is not sure that not all of them.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to wrap my head around it.
Yeah, it could very much be pretty decisive, but either way, this pairings finished in a draw, so tomorrow we'll see them.
Yeah, I mean the matchups are pretty close, so it would be very unexpected if we wouldn't have to witness the tie breaks.
Definitely. Speaking of, let us have a look at other games. We have.
All right, some Gudina stuff in this game.
This game we haven't seen for a while, and Valentina Gudina does need to strike back if she wants to make it for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean you can't just not admire her style. I mean, instead of Rookie 1, the move you suggested, the move I said was necessary to play, she just says, okay, I don't care about this pawn. Bishop G5, H6, Bishop H4, G5, Bishop G3, allowing black to take on E4, and now it looks like a healthy extra pawn. But, black's king is in the center, and if it castles, then it still won't be a safe place for the king because the pawn is already on G5. So, as we say, probably not that not a great idea objectively, but typical for Valentina, and she gets some immediate play against black's king on E8. So knight d2, knight takes, knight d2, queen f6, alright, takes, and knight e4. And here's the position we have right now. The only problem is the time situation. Although it was kind of similar yesterday when Aleksandr was also much better prepared in the opening, but then Gudina quickly got a winning position.
Yes, that is a good point. So the time is not that decisive yet, but still gives some insurance, if I could call it like this, to Aleksandra.
Yeah, this could benefit her here. So what is going on? Yeah. We need to put the queen somewhere, E7 or G7, maybe G6 as well. So like all these three options look pretty playable to me. And let's say go queen E7. What is White's plan?
Queen E7. So we are pawn down.
We are.
Really feels kind of deja vu from yesterday with some compensation.
Actually, yeah, very similar scenario. I mean, the position is completely different, but also a pawn sacrifice for the initiative from Gudina.
Yeah, right. So What can we play? We have there is this f5, f4 in the air. Not so sure how dangerous it is because there is also queen h5. But it could be pretty annoying for white because there is this bishop on g2. So I kind of prefer black here.
But we need to come up with some ideas for white, because we need to this shows what is the pawn sacrificed for, right?
Yeah, definitely. Then you would probably need to open, but where would you open? Maybe h4.
No, h4 just taken. You will.
Oh,
get
queen
made
h5, and then h4.
Okay, this could be an idea. So queen h5 makes some sense. I think queen f3 also makes sense as well. And now we want to go knight f6, for example, something like e takes knight f6, king f8, maybe bishop to d5, using this diagonal as well. So something like that. And
it is curious to see how you put the queen in front of the bishop, yeah, on kind of an x-ray, but in fact it is beneficial for you because the bishop is not protected and white doesn't have enough time to play something like short castle.
It looks like the move has been played by Aleksandr, and she played queen g6 instead. Yeah, I also mentioned that move as a decent option, attacking the queen, and I think bishop d5 will be probably played.
Yeah.
But after bishop d5 we can probably just castle as black, so... And then what do we actually do?
After castle with white, we need to... we can always play your queen f3, no?
Yeah, but now I already castled and knight f6 is not that dangerous anymore.
How about h4?
h4 here?
Yeah, for instance.
I mean, maybe, but okay, so I just takes, and then what's next? Yeah, I'm 2 pawns up already.
Yeah.
Well, this is typical Gunin's position, right?
Absolutely.
Objectively, black should be fine, but playing it as black is not easy at all, especially against such a creative player like Gunina, so we'll see. But I mean, the boring players like me and you, I mean, I hope you...
Yes, I am privileged to be in the same
offense.
category.
No offense.
I'm privileged to be called a boring, solid, strategical player like you.
Yeah, so we don't really see how to create some
Initiative.
some serious problems for black. Yeah,
we
but
will see.
what we also know is that Valentina will be able to find something, right?
Valentina is capable indeed of creating a fire out of nowhere. She can blow up absolutely everything, and yeah, it is only a matter of time when this will happen. So I'm pretty sure we'll see some decent fight here until the moment.
Which moment?
Until the moment things will go pretty wild. Yeah, no, objectively, like, speaking of the colors, red, pink, etc., we already see many red colors in this game, and it is also there is a lot of, like, it is quite entertaining to watch Valentina's game.
Of course, yeah, and she is the most fun player to watch because you just never know how the game will end. I remember yesterday I gave like a 1% chance to Aleksandr
1%, right?
Right.
1%
to win the game, and she actually won it. So this time I'm not giving any predictions here because it's just a useless thing to do.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, black must be fine here, but Gunin type of position. Here after knight c4, I was saying queen b7, but queen a6 also makes sense. Knight a3 and now knight d5.
Knight d5. Okay, queen e. Oh, knight e3 is an interesting way of putting it. Actually, getting rid of two bishops. Oh, that is a nice idea. I like it. And now after knight e5. Wait, do we already have knight takes f5?
Yeah, knight f5 I think is critical because if knight d5 would just take c takes, I get rid of the weakness.
No, that is
go
not
rook c8
something that...
and rook b8, yeah, this is kind of bad for white, so
Never.
I think knight f5 has to be played, and but we can just take e takes. And now, this is still a very unpleasant position for white because you actually don't have a good square for the bishop.
Don't we have a good square for the bishop? Or what if it...
Bishop d2 maybe.
Yeah, or queen f3. I wanted even to give it away.
Yeah, so it's not like I'm winning as black, but I'm trying to justify this decision, and I don't really like the move knight d5 to be honest. I mean, it's still a great position for white, but for black, but I think this one looks more solid for white than it was like 2 moves ago or 3 moves ago.
Yeah, it is definitely that type of the... I think it's a perfect way of what white could achieve after having taken that knight on c6.
Probably, yeah. I mean, maybe... Oh, wait. Oh, so maybe she wants to take on f4.
Then I have check and knight takes... Oh, no check. No, just go back. Bishop e3. Oh, knight e3.
Knight a3 and I go rook d8.
Or do I have queen...
g4, right?
Queen g4, but you have knight a2 check and then you take the knight.
That is true, yeah. That's a nice line. Knight e2 check and the king has to go, then I just take the knight. This is an extra knight for black.
Yeah.
So knight f4 looks like you have to go back, and then I go rook d8. You know what the threat is, Dina? Is to take rook takes d4.
Uh-huh.
And followed by knight e2, the fork.
I have to go passive knight c2.
Well, this is one of the moves, but I mean, this position just can't be equal. It is definitely better for black, so looks like... I mean, black still has the initiative here, so maybe knight d5 is actually a good move, but my first impression is that I would probably play bishop e4, something like that, trying to provoke the move f3.
As the rule says.
And then I'm just winning, obviously, if one plays f3. Yeah, so she must be slightly better. I mean, Aleksandr, but not something critical yet for black. Meanwhile, we see the move g5 from Tanjangi. This is
wow.
an unorthodox way. Is it the word?
This is not the classical way of playing an endgame.
Well, yeah, I was trying to come up with some fancy word. Yeah, but this looks like it's just weakening, no?
Yes, definitely, because also we can, like, first thing that comes to mind is that black hasn't yet finished the development. The knight is still on g8, and we already played. What did we play? h5, and then we played g5, and I do understand that the rook from h8 can play from its own place. But that's not the case for the knight. Also, it's kind of unusual to see bishops already developed and not the knight itself. But guess what? G5 is the first line of the computer. Or maybe not.
Maybe your position wasn't that great already because g5... I mean, you go h5, g5, you want to attack the king. You can't attack the king. Well, I mean, sometimes you can, but not in this case. With no queens on the board, the attack just won't be as powerful as it could. So, but white still has all the positional pluses in the position, right?
Yeah.
So, for example, knight f3 comes to mind. We attack the pawn as well. g4 takes knight d4, and with the bishop on g2, there's just no chance black will be able to create any kind of serious attack on the h file, because h1 is always very well covered. And I just go rook e1, bishop f4, put some pressure on e6. I mean, this doesn't look like fun at all. So instead of, I mean, I kind of like black's position, but I think this h5, g5 plan is just too much, I think. She should have played it just normally, like maybe knight e4, knight f6, knight e4, and then f5. And with the knight on e4, it should be much, much better for black. I mean, than it is in the game right now.
Definitely.
So, yeah, this is a little bit...
So the orthodox approach would be a better way of playing this position?
I think so, yeah. In this case, h5, g5 is kind of an original one, but I think it's just very, very inaccurate in this case.
Okay.
It's just the wrong plan. All right, so yeah, these 3 games we have left, since one game is over, is already over, and yeah, knight d5, this position we looked at, g5 and queen g6, so we are waiting for someone to make a move, right, Dina?
We are waiting for someone to make a move, yes. If we were to make a tour of all those games, which one would be the most, the sharpest? I mean, I could say the most dynamical.
I mean, this is a very easy question.
Yeah, I know you would say Valentina, but isn't Tangent key game with those pawns h5 and g5 also sharp enough? It's different. It's an end
It's
game,
different.
right?
Yeah, I mean, it is also a very interesting position. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, this one is definitely more. I mean, we will see the crisis in this game much faster. I think some critical moment, and because white is a pawn down, she needs to prove her compensation right now. It's not like it's a long-term compensation, like she had in the previous game actually. Because here I will castle, I will play king g7 f5 as black, and it's just game over. So white literally has 2-3 moves to create some compensation here, some promise for black. And she's been thinking for like, I think it's like 45 minutes on her clock right now, and so that means that she's been thinking for more than 10 minutes already.
Yes, and Aleksandr has 1 hour 16. So
makes it half an hour advantage for black.
yeah, you know, with all the factors put together, I do believe that this situation is way more comfortable. This opening's outcome is way more comfortable for Aleksandr today than it was yesterday.
Absolutely.
And the interesting thing is that today she plays black, and yesterday she had white, but somehow she got a more, let's say,
more comfortable position.
Yeah, more comfortable position.
And I guess the thing is, when it comes to Valentina, it doesn't really matter.
The colors.
But the color doesn't really matter because she always plays super aggressively. So, yeah. But while waiting for the moves in the games, could you tell us about your relationships with these players? Have you played anyone? What's the score and stuff like that? I'm curious myself.
I believe I faced Aleksandra once in over the board. That was Russian Blitz championship. Yeah, I played a couple of games against her. It was tough. It was tough indeed. And Valentina also rapid and blitz. I do not think I faced them over the board. No, I don't recall. So
even I played Valentina.
yeah,
twice.
that must have been some kind of
rapid tournament.
yeah, rapid. And with Aleksandr, we do meet quite often in online recently. Since more than a year, she streams and I stream, and we face each other in online tournaments on chess.com quite often.
Like Title Tuesday? Or?
Like Title Tuesday, Arena Kings, and yeah.
How come I never played against you there? I also play Title Tuesday quite often.
That must be because you are too good, too strong.
Too good to be true, yeah. Anyways, so how about the other players like Noah, Silvakaso, Gereshkina?
Gerashkina perhaps is the player who I played the most. In fact, I must have played at least 10 games with Aleksandra Gerashkina over the board classical games, simply because she's a little younger, and when she was growing up, she was not yet that strong, obviously, but she was way stronger than all the other girls of her age. So she always used to play in the adult tournaments, and so was I at that time, because I was already grown up. And I remember our first game, very first game in long time control over the board was back in 2011, exactly 10 years ago. It was in June 2011. It was the Russian High League in Taganrog. And I kind of, underestimated her. She was only 2100 and I was already
2200.
Yeah, I was 2250 and she was 2103 or something. And I sort of wanted to get more out of the opening that I could. And I were pushed. I was a pawn down, and then I was 2 pawns down. But I managed to save the rook endgame with 2 pawns down. It was something like 2 pawns against 4 on one side, and I remember I defeated very properly and maybe swindled somewhere, or just defended well and she didn't convert that effectively, yeah. And that was a draw. That was one of very few draws that I had against her ever since, because then she started growing up, and I did have a couple of more draws after. Yes, at least, but then all the other games were hard. Yeah, but that was a great experience.
Have you ever beaten her once?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. But maybe
That's
one day. Yeah.
Well, actually, the last game I played against her, I was very lucky to make a draw. I was probably lost at some point, but it was like 3 years ago or so, and I was higher rated than her back then, and she probably respected me a little bit too much. Now none of this would ever happen, because she even has higher rating than I do.
Yeah, that is tough. I also faced Tanjangi in World Blitz Championship in Moscow, the last World Blitz Championship that we had, King Salmon, and that was also a very nice game. It became pretty popular on YouTube because it was recorded. Yeah, it was in Pirk. I lost, but it was a good fight. I almost managed to save.
So it was just a cool game, nothing like extraordinary.
Yeah, but it goes with that like typical way of playing Pirk.
Or like every game with you on YouTube just goes viral.
Oh, of course, yeah, of course, and so will our commentary.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, yeah, my game, I had only one game. Oh no, I actually had 2 games from that championship on YouTube. One of them against Magnus.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, and I lost that game, and I was chewing a gum during that game. And people, in the commentaries were saying like, break his jaws. I mean, what a cow and stuff like that. And so they were clearly not
very satisfied.
Not very pleased to see me chewing the gum. And I mean, I still don't think this was that kind of a big deal. But anyways, and then the second game was against Sergei Karakin. And that was the endgame rook and knight versus rook, the one I managed to win actually. So. Oh,
you had a rook and a knight.
Yeah.
And he had a rook.
And he had a rook and he blooded mate in one. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, that was really.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Among players of this caliber, I did face Maria Muzichuk once over the board. That was in the European Club Cup. And was also a good game, but a little bit tough. Yeah, well, these players are one of the strongest worldwide, and it is always a pleasure to face them as well as commentate on their games. Back to the second thing.
Yeah, but not
Commentating.
much is happening. I mean, there's only been one move in the game of Sadwakaso, who actually didn't take on f5. She just played bishop g3, but this is again something I really don't like, and I think just taking and playing c5 looks extremely strong for black, and this is getting more and more unpleasant. The two bishops, the pawn on d4 will be weak. The pawn on e3 is kind of weak as well. The pawn on b2 is kind of weak as well. And what's white's advantage in the position? So this doesn't look good at all. And if you go like d5 and just play rook d8, I mean the position, this type of position, white may collapse very quickly here.
Do you think that bishop g3 was, how we say,
a red move? I mean, not a red.
inaccuracy?
Maybe it was actually a red move. I mean, I don't like that move at all. Well, this is the first line, but whatever. I mean, I still disagree. I still don't like this move from human's perspective because I mean, maybe there is something concrete, but what could be? What could be a concrete idea here as black? Because the position itself, I'm 100% sure is very dangerous strategically for white. I mean, honestly, I think this is, if some concrete refutation doesn't exist, I think this is close to winning for black. I mean, maybe I'm a little bit overreacting here, but I would be extremely optimistic as black here. Just because of all these weaknesses at bishop pair, and my rooks are coming to d8 and to c8 or d8, and I just don't really see any play for you.
Yeah, you do sound convincing, don't you? This pawn on d4 will become an isolated pawn, and you have two bishops, but you know, well, there is still something, because the knight on e5 is really strong. It is nice, it is nicely placed, and...
I can play f6. Did I just say it?
It's okay, it's not the same because you have a pawn on e6, so the pawn on e6 does defend the diagonal there.
Okay.
So it can be forgiven.
Alright, I'm forgiven. So this is one of the ideas, but I mean, that looks nice, but it doesn't really do much, I think. So long term, this is just pretty bad. But considering that the engine was saying that bishop g3 is the top line of the engine, I guess some kind of concrete refutation exists in the position, but it is not obvious to me.
Yeah, well, I still have my hopes. You did not convince me yet. I do believe that white is doing okay here. Could be tiny little advantage for black, but nothing decisive.
That's because you're looking at the engine's line.
No, I
and it
don't.
shows a big little advantage for black.
No, I don't. Right. So, let us move.
So then, besides the knight on e5, what else is good about white's position?
Central pawn, d4. I'm trying to.
Yeah, you're really
The
trying to
F-file.
make something up.
Yeah, F-file.
All right. Now you're not convincing me at all. So we'll see. But I mean, this looks extremely logical. And you know, the one thing I've noticed that Garechkin actually, she kind of thinks in the same way as I do. I mean, in terms of all this positional stuff. So I really expect something like this from her. And you were saying, you're about to say something, Dina?
The pawn majority on the queen side. That was just to come up with something.
Nice bishop on g3.
Yeah, right. Your bishop on b4 is not doing much.
All right, yeah. White is...
There, what I mean is that the chances that Dinara will
make a draw?
Will make a draw in this game are higher than she will lose it. That would be my final conclusion.
All right. Want to make a bet?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's do
I think Garechkin will win this game.
Okay, let's make a bet. Right. Right. Shall we see how if Valentina Gunina came up with a move?
Not yet. She's still thinking, and it's been. I mean, our clock on the PGN viewer, I think they are incorrect right now.
A little bit.
And
right?
if we could see what's going on the camera, because I think it must be around like 30 minutes left for Valentina, because it was 45 long. Yeah, 32 minutes left for her. She's still thinking, desperately trying to come up with something, but it feels more and more like it was an opening disaster by her.
Yeah, and what I really enjoy is seeing Aleksandr thinking as well. She has 1 hour 16, but she is full concentrated in this game, and I think that, yeah, and this is very smart. She doesn't just take some rest and walk. No, she wants to understand the position as well, because she doesn't want to repeat
time, right?
yeah, and to repeat her mistakes from yesterday when she out of a good position kind of, yeah, I think she just made some chess-wise mistakes yesterday. Somehow she didn't understand well enough that the strength of the queen on g4, or
no, she wasn't playing too well yesterday, got a little bit lucky. But we do see some development in this game. Not so much after knight f3, g4. This is all predicted. H takes, I was talking about the h takes. Bishop takes g4 happened instead. I mean, I don't think it's a huge achievement for black anyways. So maybe it's a little bit better than taking with the pawn, but now there are like 3 potential weaknesses for black, while white structure is very, very solid, right?
Yeah.
So I think Katerina is significantly better here, and as well as your position is very safe. So it's like the most pleasant situation in chess when you actually have a serious advantage and also a very little chance to lose the game. Just because it's really hard for black to come up with anything serious here.
Right. What would be the moves here?
For why?
Yeah,
Rook e1, bishop f4, whatever, knight d4,
Bishop e3.
bishop e3. Yeah, I mean any of those moves. I don't think there's anything concrete for white. Just play knight to h4. All right, this
Knight
is
h4 is
a little bit
weird.
unexpected. I mean, it makes some sense that she wanted to stop h4 idea, but I mean, I don't really like the knight on h4. Looks kind of.
So first of all, black
awkward.
has now an option of taking this knight. Bishop takes h4, pawn takes h4.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I mean, for some reason I thought she played knight h4, but she actually played knight bd4.
Oh,
Yeah.
me too. I thought she played knight
I
h4.
also thought she played knight h4, right?
That was the angle of the camera where she moved the knight to right, from left to right, but in fact it was knight d3
Yeah, knight
to
h4 looks
d4.
very awkward and
Yeah.
weird. So, unlike, let's say, some other players, I think Katerina just doesn't make such moves. She's actually a classical player. And a big development in this game, right?
Oh, f6. You wanted this move to happen, and here we go. f6 is on the board. How happy are you with this move, Sasha?
I mean, obviously my first impression that this is not a great idea, but maybe I'm wrong, as always, as usual. Not always, but usual. And I still don't know what was wrong with that knight a3 c5 move. And this is really interesting to see that Garechkina... I mean, maybe she's actually looking for something concrete, because, well, you don't have knight d3, right? Knight d7, I just go rook d8. If knight c4, I mean, it all looks very strange. So, and if knight f3, I just play bishop e4, for example, or something like that. So, I mean, it actually makes some sense. Like, I don't think it's a... I still think that knight takes e3 was a little bit better, but f6 looks okay. And I never thought I would say this, but I think in this exact game, f6 is actually not a bad move at all.
I think we could classify it as another type of the position, since, as I already said, there is this pawn on e6, so there is no way Black's king would be weak after
Yeah,
that.
but you weaken the e6 pawn, right?
Yeah, but
it's always a long-term thing. It's
Yeah.
never that you just say, "Oh man, I will lose e6 on the next pawn." No, you just make it unnecessarily weak. But Kunina just made her move,
kick away the knight.
so they're kind of making the moves in the same rhythm. Right? It's kind of interesting. So bishop to d5 was played. This was one of our options, right?
Yes, and now Aleksandr is thinking, but I believe she had already given a long thought on this move, because that was one of the most evident, natural moves from White. So I believe the move from Aleksandr will follow quite fast.
Yeah, so it must be castling or taking the pawn. I think these two options are the critical ones. And e takes feels a little bit too risky, but Aleksandr actually feels like a fearless player to me. She doesn't really care if it looks risky. If she calculates it's all out, she'll take the second pawn, right?
Yeah, she plays according to the position. She's very principled, and if she sees like she doesn't understand why not, then she goes for it. And
yeah, but it's like we were talking about Gareshkin, right? That she could in this game. We'll take a look at this again. In this game, after bishop c6, she could have taken bishop takes c6, which is a simple way of playing it, and also queen takes d4 was an option, and apparently it was a better option. But Gareshkin doesn't like to deal with all these complications, unlike Kostyuk, who just played f5. Let's go.
boom, f5.
This is a boom move indeed, because it's either winning or losing. So it's not just a mediocre move.
Yeah, f5 with the idea to kick the knight away, and like if in some kind of world knight would go to e2, then there would be f4 next, asking the bishop how he's doing, and then White would need to come up with something concrete, otherwise he would lose the piece. I immediately see this kind of puzzle rush: queen h5, queen takes h5, knight f3, double attack. He moves, knight takes h4, but this is a totally useless tactics, because there would be f4 game over. I can suggest something like attacking c6 knight, and maybe that could be even the only idea here.
But how do you attack the knight actually?
I could go knight d2.
Alright, d takes e5. Who cares about this knight? Let's go. I mean, we will see the crisis here very, very quick. I mean, it is already a critical position, and I think the game will be decided in the next 3, 4, 5 moves. So
Cause
the what?
it will be decided in the next
5 moves or so, yeah, because this is already very, very critical, and either Black is just a piece up, or White actually has a lot of initiative here. But my first instinct that the compensation shouldn't be enough, and then Black should be just winning here.
Nice. But still would be a little bit not something that we expect here, because we kind of wanted... I mean, I would never say this game could finish fast.
No, I mean, it will...
Yeah, you say it will not, the position, not the game, of course.
Like a definite
Yeah.
evaluation. We will get a definite evaluation very fast. Because right now it's a total mess, right?
Absolutely.
Actually, so if we take the knight, this is the first idea we need to consider, right? What is going on now? Why taking the knight isn't winning? I guess we just take on d6, he takes and play rook e1. Is that the idea?
Attacking the e4 pawn and threatening the king could be, quite reasonable. The king, black's king on e8, is not feeling comfortable at all.
Well, I'm a bit surprised by Aleksandr's decision to play f5 that quickly. I mean, first of all, f5 is not an obvious move at all. I mean, it looks kind of risky, but as we were saying, she is a fearless player. But in any case, I think castling was much more solid and simple. All right, so again, what is the idea here? What is the idea? I mean, this position, yeah, that does look a little bit unpleasant if we have to put the king on d7. Then there's some queen g4 check, bishop takes e4, d6 is weak, so there's some compensation for white for sure. So taking the knight looks like it's an option, but not the option I would seriously consider. Yeah. So, and if d takes e5, because black doesn't have that many options. F takes or d takes. I think these are the only two candidates. And then what's the follow-up here? How about some crazy move c4? Some crazy move c4, and now I actually want to take on b5, and the knight can't go because the knight will take the bishop on a8. And if you go b takes, I think I can try queen a4, attacking the queen, and you still can't castle because the bishop on d5. And now I also free the bishop takes e5. This is, you know, I'm getting optimistic about white's position. f5, the move I don't really like, to be honest.
Yeah, it is a little bit too double-edged, especially when all you need is to draw. You kind of sometimes do not need to play that aggressive. I do not say that we know already that you do not need to try simplifying at all. No, but when there is a choice between super aggressive or normal, what would you choose if you had?
I just want to make sure my king is safe. It's not only about it's not even about the match situation, but it's about the position itself. Because now I just realized we can take on e4. So she just took on, and if queen e4, my point was rook e1, and we trapped the queen. So she just played d takes e5, and I really like this c4 idea. What do you think? Does your assistant think about this move?
c4 is a decent move indeed. Position will remain still equal. And unfortunately, the king would be in the center, so the castle would not be possible anymore. F takes e4, taking the knight would be... But
then we just take on b5, right?
Okay, yes, I'm taking on b5, yes. Yes. These two would be ideas, normal ideas for... I mean, normal. If we can call anything normal in this position.
No, not in this position, not in the Gunina game. Right, we can never call it a normal game. But that's why we love her, right?
Yeah.
That's why we love watching her games. So, and does white have any other ideas besides c4? I don't think that's the case, does it?
Besides c4?
Yeah.
Not well. There is this our favorite yesterday's move, queen a1. You remember the moment you said this is such a bad thing, it was played. Maybe this is. No,
I was saying that this is not how human plays, and this will never be played, and of course immediately happened, as well as today's Garechkina games.
F6.
F6, and also Sadbakasa when she took on c6. I was saying that she will never play this. So I just can't guess anything, and this is embarrassing.
Well, it's okay. It depends. But here, either way, c4 should be the most, let's say...
Challenging move for black,
challenging,
right?
Move. Also, not such an easy move to come up with, although, your knight is hanging, but from the other side, what else would you do? Well, yeah. Maybe, when you start thinking about the position, you understand that c4 is logical.
Yeah, I mean, c4 is actually... It's not an easy move to find, but... You actually, when you're trying to develop your initiative, you always look for some kind of attacking moves, and c4 is actually one of them. So, not the most obvious one, but Gunin is definitely capable of finding it. So,
Yes.
but only 26 minutes left for her on the clock, and this is
From
tricky.
practical perspective, Aleksandr does a great job because normally, let's imagine if this game was not decisive at all, if it wasn't a match point, if we call it like this, Aleksandr would be making a perfect strategy, complicating the situation, having 50 minutes more than her opponent, or like 45 minutes more than her opponent. With 1 hour and 10 minutes, Aleksandr would be able to understand what to do, while Valentina would be in a decent rush.
Yeah. I mean, one thing to add is that we don't like the move f5, right? And I mean, this is actually very, very surprising. Like, jokes aside, all these f6 and f5 moves, they very often turn out to be a mistake.
True.
I mean, this is, we were joking about Ben Feingold and stuff like this, but in every second game, this move is just a bad one, and this is no exception, right?
Yes, absolutely. And once again, objectively, it is bad. Maybe on practice it will work.
Why is it better? What's the refutation of c4?
No, not C4, F5.
Oh, f5, yeah. But
C4.
I mean, maybe it will work, but Kasten, like, what's the idea of white and all? Like, the max you can get is probably the pawn back somehow, but then black is just totally safe. So.
After something like shot castle,
Yeah.
it takes. Maybe bishop takes not. No, but how?
I don't even know how you get
cannot
the
even
pawn.
get the pawn
Yeah,
back
so it looks-
because there is the knight on e4 which would be hanging.
Looks absolutely safe for black, and I don't know what she was scared of. And f5 was played very quickly as well. So this is c4. I was going to say it's on the board now. It's not on the board yet. It's the move I suggested. So yeah.
All right.
This is very critical right now. Queen a1 or c4 are the only two options for white to stay in the game. So we'll follow it closely, but let's come back to this one. Here, knight f5. I thought the idea was to take f takes, but yeah, this is actually pretty bad because I can just move the knight back or to h4, and now these pawns will be really weak. So instead, Gareshkin took e takes, the knight came back to d3, rook e8, and I still like black, but probably not as much as I
Used to.
used to, yeah. So it's all about the knight on d5. I think this is the critical piece here, and a very, very important one. Thanks to that knight, black can actually try to push, and also, as I was saying, a4 is a bad pawn because we want to play a3, b4 ideally as white, but here obviously that's not the case. So b2 is a serious weakness potentially. Also, the bishop doesn't feel too comfortable because if you remove the knight, then always f4 is a threat, right? Okay, so rook c1 I think happened. And unpleasant for white. Sorry, my evaluation remains the same. I mean, maybe the engine will tell you something different, but from human's perspective, this still looks pretty unpleasant for white.
In fact, from engine perspective, if this is what you were asking, the situation did, well, as you said, from human perspective as well, the situation did improve a little bit for white. Let's say black still has this tiny little advantage, but it gets closer to equal, yeah. And I kind of enjoy that. I really admire Dinara as a player because she's very multitasking. She has a lot of different occupations. We already mentioned that, I believe, first time when we met her. She's not only a professional chess player, but she's also a human rights activist, and she fights for children's rights. And she also was listed in the Forbes under 30 list of Asia. And this is something really impressive when you see those high-level players having other priorities apart from chess as well, but at the same time being able to keep up with that amazing work, like both on chess and on their other activities. And I cannot add more to praise her multiple talents. I also saw her playing piano, and she also trains in that as well. Should be her hobby, but still pretty impressive. And when comparing to Aleksandr Gerashkin, this is completely opposite. Aleksandr is full-time on chess and chess only, which is also great, of course. And what I admire is that Dina manages not only to be a great opponent to Aleksandr, but also being so multi-talented. And Dina also has her academy, chess academy in Kazakhstan. So not only she plays chess herself, but she also promotes chess to different audiences, and that is once again something great.
This is actually quite phenomenal that she has so many talents, and she's only, what's her age, like 20 years old, 21, 22?
I believe she was born in 1995.
Oh really? She's already 26?
Yeah.
I thought she was much younger for some reason, but anyways.
She was, like some time ago, she was the strongest and the leading, let's say, the only high level player, female high player in Kazakhstan. But now with Zhensaya Abdumalik and Bibisara Sobaeva growing up, they kind of reached that competitive, natural competitive atmosphere in Kazakhstan.
I mean, their team will be actually a very serious competitor to all the other national teams like Russia or China or the US, maybe? The US probably doesn't have as strong as
Georgia, you can always...
Georgia,
Ukraine.
Ukraine, Poland, I think, has a great team as well, so... Alright, yeah, so...
1996, to correct
so
myself.
Dinara is 25 years old, and... but yeah, this is still astonishing of how many talents she has. And I think the next time we invite her to the studio, we should...
Ask about her other activities.
We should ask about her other activities, as well as make a bet with her. If she wins the whole tournament, she should play some piano for everyone.
Definitely, yeah.
So, but this is an unlikely scenario as for now, since she's facing the favorite and not having a great position. But in any case, this is just very, very, very impressive.
Yeah. Definitely. All right.
C4 by Gunina.
Wow. Okay. Expected, but
we
still
didn't,
nice.
Yeah, we didn't have any doubts about that one, and
expected, but still nice. Yeah.
Things are heating up here in this game.
That's the right way of putting it. That's the right way of putting it. Things are getting more and more exciting, and this is what we want. Yeah, this is what we expect. Now, there are some moves for Aleksandr. She does have a choice, in fact. Surprisingly, she can even play b4 without ruining her position. But that would be some kind of little bit
Well, I just play c5.
Yeah, you can, obviously. But, I mean, to say that she has at least 4 moves that do not...
Lose on the spot?
Do not spoil her position.
I mean, this is good and a bad thing at the same time, because sometimes it's easier to find the only move rather than choose between, 4 moves which all look more or less the same. So what are these options, Dina?
So she can, of course, take the knight, then she can go king e7, she can take the pawn on c4.
Will not happen, I think.
Yeah, no, b takes
not
c4. And b4, which is also, well, not natural. I would expect either f takes e4 or... What, did I say taking on c4? I forget about that, I didn't...
Well, the one thing I want to mention here is that I'm 99.7% sure that
she will take knight.
She missed c4 when she played f5.
Back at that time when she played f5.
I mean, it was 2 moves ago, so not that far, not that far from this position. But I think she missed c4, and the body language. Dina, what does it tell us?
Yeah, you could be very much right. In fact, yeah, she looks like she's super concentrated right now. Could be that she discovered some more complications in the position that there were before. And she also, okay, she has been thinking for 3 minutes only. Well, still, situation is okay for her. She can take the knight, and there will be c takes b4, and well, she cannot castle. That's the problem.
She cannot castle. Yeah, if f takes, we just take c takes, and she can't move the knight. I mean, she can, but she will lose the bishop on a8, and maybe this is actually something that she has to play, and then like cast. So, but then the bishop comes back, and also e5 pawn falls. So this looks pretty dangerous.
Well, you know.
Although in this particular position, maybe you have a move rook f5. So that is very sharp, and now it's time for her to spend like 20 minutes or so and try to find the best move, because this is a critical moment for her. I mean, even if the engine tells us that this is all equal, anything can be played, this is not the case in practice. I think black needs to be extremely precise here.
Yeah.
The only really optimistic thing for
is the time.
Is the time. Yeah, 20 minutes for such short position is not enough, and it is still 20 moves to the time control. So it's only move 20, and Valentina will be in time trouble, I think. But King e7 played in 6 minutes. I mean, this was one of the moves we predicted. We were saying that this was a good idea, right?
Yeah.
But the speed of her play, I mean, maybe that was her strategy for this particular game, because she plays very fast, and this is unexpected to me.
Yeah, well, still 6 minutes. It's not like total rush, but for some it's normal.
I think for this position it is
little
because we have
faster.
so many options, and King e7 I mean, it looks very scary, right?
All right. I wanted to add one thing. You said, when I at first suggested King e7, you said that is not very natural move.
Actually,
but then, I
Sorry, Dina, may I interrupt you for a second? Remember what I said about King e7 exactly? That this will not happen. So this is like for the fourth time in a row I say this will not happen, never happen.
And it happens.
It happens at this very minute, this exact minute, yeah.
Yeah, that is
All
nice.
Right, so you were saying?
Yeah, I was saying that even let's say at first we would say that King e7 is not a very natural move and we would not expect it, but in fact, let's say you take the knight, then c takes b5, and then what do you do next with black? You kind of want to finish the development, you want to bring the rook to the game, so you sooner or later you do come up with the King e7, and if you come up with this King e7 in your variations, then you end up in considering it immediately, and this is what happened to Aleksandr.
Yeah, but you consider it, but there are so many candidates, so that's why I'm surprised she spends that little time, because it looks pretty sharp, and I'm not saying King E7. We know already that this is not a bad move at all, but the speed is just surprising to me. So that's it. Okay, so and Valentin is actually approaching the real time trouble. So.
Yes, and that could not but be in Aleksandra's favor.
Yeah, but the position is. I'm not that sure about Black's position anymore, and this may be. This is definitely the type of position Corina is playing the best. Yeah.
Yeah, so it could be also Valentina's favor. I think it's the right moment for us to go on a break.
Yeah, I think because once we come back, we will see some big development in this game.
Yeah,
because
definitely.
Valentin just doesn't have much time.
Definitely, as well as hopefully in 2 other games that we have. Only 3 games are left since Anna Musachuk and Nana Zagnidze finished their game in a quick draw. But still, a lot of action is waiting for us. And do not go anywhere, because we will be back very shortly.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
welcome back to the second game of the round 5. Dina, Belenkaya, Aleksandr, Shimanov. And we already have one result. Anna Muzichuk and Nana Zagnidze finished their game in a draw. But we still have 3 more games to go. And, well, if Dina Sudokasova and Tan Chang-gi have more or less normal games, Valentina Gunina needs to strike back. The position was pretty good in order to strike back. It was pretty complex, but seems like with that c5 move that was played when we were not here, things have changed, right?
And not in Valentina's favor. And look at the time situation, Dina.
Only 6 minutes for Valentina, while Aleksandr has 56 minutes left, meaning that there is a clear 50 minutes difference in time. And yes, the move that we were expecting before we took a break was
C takes b5.
C takes b5, and somehow it didn't happen.
Somehow it didn't happen. Instead, I mean, this is the most natural and the strongest move. We just attack the knight, and if knight goes to d4, I guess knight c3 was the idea. And then it's still, or we can actually take on e5 here as well, attacking the rook. So something like that, and this looked promising for white, right?
Oh no! What happened? What happened in Dina Sudokasova?
Queen f1 was blunder. She blundered the rook. She blundered the rook. She just played rook c2, rook takes c2, and queen takes f1 was blundered.
No way!
King takes knight e3, just win, and a very unfortunate, I mean dramatic. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Just a blunder at such an important point, and I see you, Dina, is about to cry as well as I am. I mean, this is, I mean, jokes aside, this is tragedy, right?
Yes, it is a tragedy, and you know, now getting back to that situation, you remember our topic, what was a tragedy? In Polina Shuvalova and Leah Garifulina game, I said that blunder with knight h3 being the king and the queen was not such dramatic because it was not decisive for a match. And here we go, same tactics in 2 moves, blunder but decisive. It costs Dinara a place
there is
in the semifinals.
No chance for her to come back, and yesterday she played great, and before that every single match she played great, but it is what it is, you know, when it comes to this knockout events, one bad move and you're out, so you just can't afford it. Yeah, this is very, very unfortunate. Well, frankly speaking, her position was actually pretty unpleasant. But she didn't have to blunder this, of course. I mean, instead of rook c2, some move like rook e1 still keeps her in the game, and it's a pretty playable position. Probably worse, unpleasant, but definitely didn't have to lose the game in 1 move. So, yeah, I do feel sorry for Dinara because, as I said, she's been playing great, and
she was playing great.
This is pretty.
Yeah, this is what makes chess a real sport, because sometimes 1 second is enough. Well, here 3 minutes is enough to ruin everything.
Everything. A great tournament, 1 bad move, 1 second loss of concentration, and you are out.
I just looked at the time that they had on the clock. Dinara had 22 minutes, 53 seconds, and when he played rook c2, it seems like she spent 3 minutes and a half on this move, and guess what? Aleksandr with 41 minutes and 49 seconds playing rook takes c2 in 1 minute.
In a minute, yeah. I mean, she saw that instantly. She was just she couldn't believe. She just couldn't believe her opponent could ponder anything that simple. But of course, there's nothing I can do after this, and yeah. Who would have thought, but
you know what?
It is.
One thing I do not understand, this is here that Dinara resigned.
Yeah?
That's not... isn't that giving too much credit to your opponent? Like...
This is just way too obvious.
No, but just make it happen, no? Oh, because the thing is that there is No, in fact, no. 93
You were
doesn't
saying
work.
93. Yeah, but 93, that's what my first thinking as well. But then queen b3 check
Yeah.
again, and sorry, queen b3 check, and black is just fine.
Just Vito just
Black is just fine.
watched their game and knocked his head when he saw what happened.
Right. This,
But no, honestly, Sasha, this is not like. Of course, like Aleksandr would do it, but just let her do it. We never know. Sometimes it happens.
not when rook c2 comes that quickly, I think.
Yeah, but still, no. That's.
I get what you're saying, but in this case,
She shouldn't have resigned here. She should have
big
made a couple more
difference,
moves. No, she
Well,
shouldn't have.
in any case, we did not expect this kind of mistake from Dina, of course. Not her level, but the level of tension is just that high that we will see such blunders. I think this is not the last time we see such blunders.
This is
turn.
not the first, and this is not gonna be the last time we
Yes.
see such blunders. Yes, definitely.
But it is unfortunate. It's not like I was rooting for anyone in this
You
match.
wanted to see the great
But
fight.
yeah, I mean, she didn't deserve to lose this way. Yeah.
Definitely not.
Well, all right. This leaves us with 2 games.
2 games only. We have Tangengi and Katerina Lagno. Relatively calm game, and we have a lot of tension in Valentina Gunina versus Aleksandr Kostyanyuk game, since this one is very decisive for Valentina. Either she manages to strike back, or she will have to leave us.
Well, she will have to join Dina, right? And we were saying that c takes b5 was supposed to be a move, c5 instead, bishop a5. Now the problem is if she ever moves the knight, the bishop will just get trapped instantly, right? So Gunina just played queen a1, trying some tricks, but do we believe that this is actually working, Dina?
Valentina has 6 minutes only on the clock, and yet she's walking. Look at this confidence.
I mean, I don't.
Or way
it
of
does
controlling
Look, it
your-
does look confident, like a confidence, but in fact, maybe it's an attempt to confuse
Once
your
again,
opponent.
acting
Not exactly, but just.
or convincing yourself that you're confident.
Rook d8 has been played. Let's see what's going on here.
D8. Oh boy, have you ever walked during a game when you had 6 minutes only on the game, and your opponent has had 50, like,
Well,
what is six?
only if I have a lost position.
Or winning?
I mean, I guess not win. If I'm winning, I want to be focused. I want to make sure I'm not blundering anything.
Yeah, but I meant like totally winning, like the opponent doesn't resign.
I mean, yeah, if I'm like
Yeah. Piece up.
or rook up, yeah, maybe. Or if I'm completely lost and I just stand up from the table saying like, man, like, how could I get such a lost position? Anyway, so bishop takes c6, I think. That's what Gunina just played, and now queen takes c6. She will take on a5, and now black will take on e4, I think. And are we gonna see the end game? Rook d7, queen takes c5, takes, and of course this is very close to a draw, but doesn't look like this is the best try for
With
black.
a pawn up, right? This end game with a pawn up. Let me consult my
Silicon friend.
that's the way you call it. Yeah. Narrow science. Artificial intelligence.
Neuroscience.
Artificial intelligence. Yeah.
Neuroscientist, right?
Yeah. Okay, so so far everything is okay, although yeah, of course c5 is a mistake, obviously, but rook d8 is also inaccuracy.
Wow, look at this move, Dina. She just played rook d7, saying that no, I'm not giving up any pawns. And like the knight isn't going anywhere because there's the pawn on g2. So rook d7 is not one of your friend's top line, right?
No, it is not any of these first three suggestions of the engine, but it is still all right. It is still
a very
okay.
safe move, right?
Oh.
So
It is, yeah. Well, it's very safe move, but it is a red move. No, in fact, it's okay. It gives
it's actually, you know, I just
practical way. It's a good move. Practical
I don't
speaking.
think so because because
Rook E1.
exactly because of Rook E1, and you can't take with the queen anymore, so you have to take with the pawn. But now, I mean, it's still a game. All the pieces are on the board.
Yeah.
Queen C3, let's say. I mean, but it's all about the king safety. And if Black ever goes E3, we make Ben's favorite move F3 and kill all the play on the
But look
big
how
diagonal.
yes, and sorry for interrupting. Look how calm Valentina is making those moves.
She's speeding up, and I think she should be happy with the last
Outcome.
3-4 moves, because this is still a game for sure, and a very very tricky position for Black. Yes, there's not that much material, and the opposite color bishops, but this may actually help White, because it's still not a. I mean, I guess we could call it an endgame, couldn't we? Probably not, right? It's still a sort of a middle game. So, and in such position, it's all about the king safety, and here it is Black who is struggling here with the wide open king.
Yeah, well, if we were to get a little bit back, just before we had Rook D7, I was about to say that Rook D8 was in fact inaccuracy, apparently, according to the engine. Why would it be inaccuracy? Well, it was a little, I mean, because the engine wanted us to play bishop b4.
Just save the bishop, yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Because Queen A1 was attacking the bishop, we play bishop b4, we moved the bishop from the square it was attacked, so it makes a lot of sense actually. And now the knight is hanging, and then we also threatening f4, so this is something really
Natural, you say?
really, I think it's natural and strong, yeah. While this position, I'm not sure about Black's perspectives here anymore, because as I said, it's all about the king, and the king will never be able to find any shelter here. I mean, unless it goes to b8, but even then it's probably not that safe.
b8. Even in that case, there would be this diagonal diagonal from the bishop. In fact, now that the pawn is on e4 and there's no f pawn anymore, bishop on g3 is feeling good.
I mean, it's a great piece, yeah, absolutely. So, but that's not the first time we see when, you know, player only needs a draw, and I think the way she's playing in this game, she's trying to play it very, very fast. And this is also a sign of some
Nerves,
yeah, being nervous, because I don't think she usually plays that fast, right? In general.
but she doesn't get herself in time troubles either.
Yeah, but here it's just extraordinary speed and some tough decisions. Let's say the move Rook D7, again, not obvious at all. It was played in like what, 30 seconds or so. So she's clearly trying to put some pressure on the clock, but I don't think this is the right strategy here.
Yeah,
Because
also
we should notice that Valentina is one of the best rapid and blitz players in the world. Very, very, very strong one. So
that's a good
she's
point.
comfortable playing with very little time left, and flagging her is a bad idea. We need to try to win on the position.
Sometimes they say that strong rapid or blitz player can not necessarily be a strong player when it comes to time troubles, because these are not same skills, same kind of positions. When you play over the board game and then you get into time trouble, you still have those side visions of the position like that was before. While when you play like blitz and rapid, you see you go immediately through this, so it's not the same mindset sometimes.
It's not the same, but still being a good blitz player, I think, helps in general.
Helps, yeah.
So
One more thing I wanted to add. You say super fast playing Aleksandr, but it is only move 26, and she has 43 minutes, meaning that it leaves her 43 minutes for 14 moves, which makes it 2.5 minutes per move.
Yeah, I mean, it's very fast,
fast.
For this position, I think.
But then what would happen? Then they would both have like 7 minutes and
well, what would happen is Kostyuk would have a winning position had she played bishop b4.
Or
castle instead of f5, which was played very quickly. So I think, I mean, it's your advantage and disadvantage at the same time, because in this type of position, I think you need to spend more time in general.
Right.
So yeah, but the fact that Gurin is walking around, it is kind of surprising because of how little time she has on the clock, because of how difficult the position is, and because of how critical this game is.
Yeah, because like normally, like imagine this was a rapid game or blitz. You never stand up in a rapid or blitz game, never.
I mean, once in a while, yeah. But
I mean, in the opening, maybe.
In the opening, yeah, not in such situation, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think this is a way of putting some psychological pressure on her opponent.
And maybe also calming down herself, Valentina. Just taking her usual routine without making any difference for the importance of today's game.
Well, yeah, that could be the case as well, but I think the situation is extremely unpleasant for Kostyuk right now, mainly because there is no way of forcing a draw here, so you will be slightly worse forever here. Because, I mean, unless there is actually some way, but I don't think that's the case. And if she doesn't find it right now, she will have to defend a worse position forever. Just again, because there's no way of forcing a draw.
Yeah. And you know, one interesting detail from our viewers in the chat saying that we have a position similar to yesterday with opposite color bishops and chess queen's king hiking all around the board.
Yeah.
That is a very good observation.
Good point, yeah.
A very good point.
Not sure what it means. I mean, for us, but...
Aleksandr being in the worst opposite colored bishop's kind of endgame.
Right.
It means she would win.
It means she will win, okay.
No, it means that the white king on g1, like the safest person on earth, on this planet, would become in a serious danger, would find itself in danger.
All right, this could be the case, but yeah, but that's a great point, but... nonetheless, I think the situation is, first of all, psychologically unpleasant for Kostyuk. Again, mostly because there's no forced way to make a draw. At least, I think so. So, how about this one? We see some development here as well, because White actually think she sacrificed the pawn. I don't think she blundered, but let's see. So we left it here. Actually, there's been a lot of moves. Knight d4, we're saying White is better, right? Bishop f6. Bishop went to f4. I think I would try to put it on e3 just to make sure d4 is better controlled. Knight e7, rook e1, knight g6, and also the bishop is attacked now. So she played bishop g5, takes, rook d7, and the move f3. What do you think about this move, Dina? I mean, actually, I didn't realize that this is actually the move f3. I just didn't like it.
No, well, it's an endgame. It's okay. We can forget that rule.
Right. Okay. So takes, bishop f5. White is probably slightly better, but I mean, exploiting these weaknesses is very, very hard. King f2, f6. Bishop h3, alright, tricky. Like in general, I think you don't want to exchange the bishops because, you know, d5 pawn and h5 pawn potentially can be attacked, but maybe Lagno had something concrete in mind. And she also has 7 minutes on the clock. Bishop h3, rook, knight e7, takes, knight came to e6, rook g8, attacking the weak pawn on g3. And why is it weak? Because the pawn from f2 went to f3. Right?
Again, here we go.
Knight f4. Knight takes g3, okay, rook c5, b6, and she didn't take on d5 for some reason. I mean, I don't know, but okay, rook c6, h4, rook e6, h3. What is going on? Isn't the pawn just gonna be promoted? What's happening, Dina? Is White losing?
Wait, I need to consult my friend. Ooh. Seems like rook
E6 is a terrible blunder.
Is a mistake, yeah, a big
She missed
mistake.
h3. Wow.
But wait, h3 is like, it's a candidate on every single move of white. h3 would be the next move of black.
No, because here if you take, I go. I mean, she's just taking, yeah. So let's see. Knight h1 maybe.
What is the?
Knight h1 could be the.
Let us try to find out what
maybe
is the
rook
problem.
h7. I mean, she will show this to us very quickly.
Yeah, but we need to switch our brain as well to switch on.
Rook h7, right? She's about to play rook h7. Yes, okay. And the king is getting mated. Is that the case?
No way.
Knight f4. Okay, rook h2. Let's just see. Let's just make a couple of natural moves, right?
Yeah, let's just imagine.
King has to go to e3, I think. And then if knight f5, king d3, and maybe just rook g3. How do you defend here?
But Katerina is playing so fast.
I mean, because she has no time. She has only 6 minutes left.
Oh yeah, but still, yeah.
This is crazy.
This is crazy how we do not understand.
Much better. I mean, not. I think at some point it was actually much better, but now it's kind of losing just for white.
Just pretend the rook was on e1, and we would move any pawn like a3, a4, or b3 or b4. It would be all right, okay for white. So what is the problem here?
I mean, we will figure it out very, very soon. So far, I don't see the difference as well. So that's why, you know, rook e6, the move which we call a decisive mistake, right?
Yeah, but we do not understand why.
We don't understand why, and apparently, like, couldn't figure out why as well. And but honestly, the whole previous play, like, why would we give up the pawn? So instead of just playing like rook g1 or whatever. And what's wrong with rook takes d5 here as well? This is also something I don't understand. So the whole previous play was very dubious by Katerina, and apparently rook e6 is actually the decisive mistake here. Decisive mistake, and.
No, what I meant was that Tanjung Gi plays super fast, and does she understand something that we do not understand?
I think she sees it, yeah. Otherwise, she wouldn't give up the h-pawn for no reason.
She sees something that we do not see, but what is it? Or maybe she doesn't.
Hey, rook h2 has to be played, right? I mean, what else can be? I mean, knight f5 is also an option, actually.
It must be some mating net or something like that.
Alright, so how about this kind of explanation? With rook on e1, I was going to say rook g1, but then rook h2.
We would have knight e6.
And rook g2 maybe.
We would have knight e6.
So what?
Now we have knight e2.
So,
you don't see it.
I mean,
Do we?
I think rook g1 was a defensive idea in some of these lines. Because here, I guess knight f5 is the strongest move. That's my first feeling. Rook h2 is coming, we don't let the king come to e3, we also want to take on d4. So if rook f6, for example, then rook h2, king f...
No, this looks like a mate.
This is just mate because rook g1.
Yeah, I was suggesting knight e2 instead.
Knight e2 instead of rook f6, right?
Yeah.
But then rook h2, king has to go to e1, I guess. And, I mean, actually,
we don't see
what's funny that I can take on e...
Yeah, but that's just a pawn.
But that's just a pawn, yeah. And if rook g2?
Okay, this is...
Maybe I just don't have a move in this position.
Could be.
Nah, and I think what I want to play is say make some random move. I want to go rook h1 and then take on g4.
Yeah, that is a clear threat.
So, well, knight f5 looks like the move to be played, right?
Knight f5, not such a trivial move, but
I mean, there are two options, rook h2 and knight f5, but if you go rook h2 first, then I go king e3, and after knight f5, king d3. This is something that we looked at briefly, and rook g3. What was the problem with this idea? Maybe we can just take on g5, you know. Rook
Yeah.
F3, King E4, and like who's getting mated actually?
Okay, C4 you also have.
King C, but I want to attack the rook as well with tempo. So, yeah, King C4 is probably just very safe for white. So our conclusion is that Knight F5 is supposed to be a move which puts the most problems, right?
It's not so evident, but I'm wondering if it is evident for Tanjung. Although you see, like, you understand it's a strong move, but you do not understand it's a winning move.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she knows that she's winning, but she knows that she's the one who's having the initiative with some great chances to win the game.
Yeah, there is a fair explanation. There is a fair
Or
explanation.
maybe, you know, she feels that she's winning, but I don't think it's possible to calculate it till the very end here.
Yeah. So once again, the mistakes were perhaps when she...
I mean, the whole idea of, let's say, Knight F4 is extremely weird to me. Why?
Yeah, the knight was feeling good on E6 already.
Yeah, and G3, just protect the pawn. Like, why not? And then Rook C5. What's wrong with Rook D5? Is there anything wrong with Rook D5, Dina?
You mean Rook G1 protecting the G3
No,
pawn,
Rook
yeah?
D5 later on. Rook C5, B6.
Rook D5 was the first line, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just take the pawn. Why would you play Rook C6? So some really, really strange play by Katerina.
Maybe she wanted to play for Ruy.
It's not something what we expect from a player of her caliber, right?
Yeah, she's always very objective. She controls the situation. She doesn't let some gambling appear, like
No
you
gamble,
did.
no future, right?
Like you did this morning. Yeah. Okay.
Alright, the critical moment, Knight F5 is on the board, and we think that white is losing, right?
We do not think, we know it because we have engines in front of our eyes. But if we were to think, we would say big advantage for black.
I mean, it's very concrete. It's either winning or not winning, so we can't just say like big advantage or anything.
Right, and now that Katerina is thinking,
She just played Knight E2, your move.
but
And then
now
we were saying just simple Rook H2 and Rook G2, and we couldn't really find a defense there, right?
yeah. Things have been advancing in Kostanuk.
Ooh, you know what? You know what? Then I just realized. So here, after Rook H2, Rook H2. This is actually on the board now. King E1, Rook G2. My threat is not to give a check and take Rook D4. I mean, not only, but also
To take immediately and make
take
mate.
immediately. Yeah.
That is so beautiful.
Yeah, Knight takes D4, takes and then Rook G1.
That
Rook
is
H1.
so beautiful.
And this is apparently just an unstoppable
This is
threat.
just a killing idea. Yeah. That is true.
That is just so surprising. But again, shows how much tension is how much tension is in this match, and
Any
in
match.
this matches, yeah, in this
In any match.
at this stage of the tournament.
Definitely.
Yeah, she's thinking now, but I don't think she will be able to find anything. Looks like that Knight D4 threat is just decisive. Alright, let's quickly come back to Gunina's game and King F1. Wait, hold on a second. Wasn't it losing immediately?
King F1 is the first line of the computer,
Oh,
but it is still losing because we have. Maybe we can just play same old Rook G2.
yeah, but then we don't have the idea of
But we
Knight
have-
takes D4.
But we have other ideas. Like we can win a piece. Rook takes E2, Rook takes E2, and Knight G3 is the threat. How do you like this one? And now the idea is Rook takes E2.
Actually, the idea is Rook E2, Rook E2,
Knight G3.
and Rook E2 again.
Oh,
So,
or
again,
this.
some random move.
No,
Yeah,
but my
Knight
idea was
G3.
also proper. Like you
Yeah,
just
it's
grab a pawn on the way and trade the
And
rooks.
if white takes Knight D4, and then we take the rook on C6. So yeah, so many threats, so little time. Must be winning for black.
All right, so we have.
She just needs to calm herself down now and calculate everything carefully.
But seems like Tangenki just have options. She can also check Rook H1.
But then play Rook H2 in the next move, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Why
you
would we
never know.
do that? To give White some extra time? Anyway,
Approach
so
them to,
what
yeah.
is going on here?
Rook
G2
G2
is
just
on
falls.
the board, and let's
pretty
see
natural.
if Katerina will be able to come up with anything. But it's just there are just no tricks in the position, right?
I wouldn't be surprised if
even-
she'd resign.
No, I don't think she will resign. And I'm an expert of predicting the resignations, right?
Yeah.
I don't think she will resign on this exact point, but I don't even see a trick here for White. This Rook takes E2 idea is just killing.
Yeah. Okay, Kostyuk good enough. What do we have here?
Looks like Black managed to stabilize the position. That's
Yes.
my first feeling here.
Yes, and that could be very much true. Let us see what was the update. We had Queen C3 last time we saw this position. Now Rook D5. Protecting the E5 pawn, the most logical. B4. B4. And now
Now Queen E6
Queen
also makes
E6.
sense. A3 makes sense. Queen A1. Alright. It's not every
Favorite
day you
move.
see the queen coming to A1
So
more
often
than
in their
once.
match.
Yeah. More than once at least.
Bishop C6.
F3.
Looks like Black is not risking.
Yeah, and actually, I think the idea now is to, maybe bring the king to B7. It's not
No, I
necessary
think
at all.
King is pretty safe right now there where
The
it
king
is.
is actually kind of safe, yeah, and I think we can take on B4 as well, maybe. But obviously we don't want to rush at E takes because then Rook takes E5 wins the queen. So Black shouldn't react to this F3 idea at all because if White ever takes, it actually closes the file for the Rook. So I don't think it's any kind of achievement for White. And yes, actually King F7, King G6 makes some sense now because the King on G6 will look very very safe.
You seem like you're not satisfied with the king, but on the other hand, what else would Black do? Seems like Black has improved everything so far.
Yeah, everyone is in a perfect position, so I think it's time to get the king to a little bit safer place.
Oh, that is so funny. I just looked at the suggestions of the engine, and the first 4 lines, guess what? All are the moves of the king.
Yeah.
We have King D7, King D8, King F6, and King F7.
I think I'm pretty sure King F8 is also there. Probably the 5th strongest move in the position.
It is also not every day that you see that, like, okay, it's an endgame, but it's also still kind of a middle game. Yeah, I don't know, what would you call it, an endgame or a middle game? That position? Rook?
King D7 has been
Queen.
played, but I think we want to. This game will not finish anytime soon. So, but this game may finish very very soon. So let's see what's going on here.
Yeah.
How do we actually win? I think Dina managed to find the only chance. She's probably still completely lost, but it is still not super obvious. And she's about to play knight h4. So she's just doing this very, very slowly. She just wants to take on f3 and play rook f2.
So the updates are that after Rook G, G2, we had Rook E8 check, King
Yeah.
B7,
Rook
and
e6
Rook
and now knight
E6.
h4.
Knight H4, but there, yes, just happened on the board.
Yes, it just happened.
Yeah. And we have,
We have knight takes f3 with the mating idea of rook f2.
we have Rook H1 mate in 1. In 2, after King G, Knight
Well,
G.
that I didn't even see.
Yeah,
Makes
that-
sense.
Too
I didn't realize
strong.
that the rook was protected as well. So how do we stop this? Now she will probably resign after giving a check on e7. That's my prediction.
Yeah.
Oh.
Check, bravo.
on
This is
e7.
the first time you actually
King
predict
A6.
something.
King a6, and then she will she will play king e1
To avoid the mate.
to avoid the mate, and then
We have knight f3, we have rook h1.
yeah, knight f3 probably, so the king doesn't go to d2.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, the simplest is probably to play rook h1, take on d4,
But because there's a pin.
yeah, and then just take on e2 or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, after king d3, there's rook d1 also. So,
Nice.
yeah, I mean, we can just take, and
Rook d1.
rook d1 is one of the options, but in
we don't
general,
need, yeah.
this position is just dead loss for Katerina.
Although here the king of white is active. I mean, if it was only one pawn up, it could be a draw.
Yeah, but it's two, so it is completely lost. And I think this is just this is one of the ways for black to win the game, and there must be something else.
Yeah. Somehow you see, like, it was not supposed to be such a decisive game, but it turned out to be.
But yeah, Katerina, for some reason, I mean, she lost control and made like 5 bad moves in a row. So
Yeah, you're
that
right.
was extremely surprising.
You are right.
All right, so this two players. Rook, okay, King A6 is on the board, and King E1 will be played. There's nothing else. So I guess we follow in that line, but I don't really expect White to save that position.
We see a lot of disappointment in Katerina's eyes.
Yeah, I mean, she had such a nice position and a very safe one as well. And again, you know, we could expect some bad game from different players, but I couldn't expect it from Katerina. I mean, she generally plays very well. It's just extremely hard to outplay her, and it's a very rare case when she makes some obvious mistakes, like in this game.
Yes, very well said. And we still have Gunin again that might last for a while.
Yeah, I mean, King D7 I didn't really like because the king has to go. I mean, in my opinion, it was the G6 square was the best square for the king and the safest one. On D7, you know, there's still an open file. Yes, it's taken by black, but you know, it's still an open file and something may happen. So now we need to play like rook d3 or rook c4. So I don't think the evaluation really changes here. I mean, maybe we can actually take the pawn on b4 as well. But in any case, I don't really like the king on g7. I think the king was much safer here.
You know, King D7 was the first line.
Yeah, but I don't care.
Of course you don't. Of course you don't. Now, rook to d3, rook to c4, rook to d2.
No, I just don't want to move my rook away from the d file because that opens, you know, that gives white some options of rook d1 and at least, you know, one check. But in Green's hands only, you know, even one check can be very dangerous.
So you don't want to take that pawn on d4.
I don't want to take this pawn. I just want to play rook d3 and then maybe actually start my own attack with something like h5, g4, g3, and this makes some sense here. Or g4 immediately.
Remember we said about our predictions and the probability for white king to become weak? You see now with the absence of pawn of f2, it could actually...
Could be the case, yeah. I mean, h5, g4, g3 is very, very straightforward and strong. Alright, so Tan is still thinking. This is actually gonna be move 40. for sure. And after the time control, like no major side.
Yeah, and look who has been playing fast. Danchin Kiev with 36 minutes before the second time control. But in this case,
that is fast indeed.
yeah, would make her 1 hour after after move 40.
Right. I mean, she clearly sees this endgame, the one we were talking about, but she's probably looking for something better than that, for some immediate kill. She doesn't want to bother herself playing this 2 pawns up rook endgame.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling, some solution may exist here. Meanwhile, Kostyuk actually played rook g3, the move I like the most. F takes and h5. She's playing very, very well, and this I should praise her moves because these are the moves I suggested, right?
Yes, that's true.
Also, it's very unpleasant for Bunina because she has only 5 minutes left, and this is this is Black who's suddenly attacking now. G4, G3 is coming, and this will be big for Black. E4 pawn is weak as well. The king actually looks more or less safe if this d file being covered by the rook on d3. So I like Black's position. I mean, I liked it before, but I like it now as well. So.
No, definitely things have improved for Aleksandra. Now Queen b1 has just been played by Valentina, attacking the rook on d3. The rook will move somewhere to like d2.
d2 or Queen c4 I think also makes sense.
Oh, Queen c4 is pretty active. Yeah. Also, nice thing, like objectively speaking, the rook on d3 is on the open file, while the rook on e1 is in front of 2 pawns, which makes rook on d3 being a clear favorite and way more active here.
So, yeah, you're right. I mean, this rook is clearly better than the rook on e1. Queen c4, I think, looks like a good option because rook c1, then we take the pawn on e4, and I just don't really see a way for white to do any progress. Like, if anyone is better, it's Black, and g4, g3 is coming as well, so it's pretty bad. Meanwhile, Tenjingi played knight f5, and this may be much stronger, right?
Knight f5 is one of the moves.
But because this is the exact position we were talking about, now if the move rooks, knight takes d4 works.
Yeah, it's the exact same position, you're right, with the mate.
I mean, the king was on b7 there, but it doesn't matter, yeah. Mate is coming, so knight f5 is... this way she just wins the exchange instead of the 2 pawns, but completely winning for Black anyway, so... and they just reached the time control, so I don't really expect anything interesting here. This game is still 7 moves to be played, and after Queen c4, I'm really struggling to come up with anything for White.
But you know, I really enjoy the fact that Aleksandr has been playing. I won't say fast. I will say. She was not taking too much time. No.
I mean, this stage of the game, I agree. She's playing perfectly. And also, now I just realized that Queen b3, we can exchange the queens as well, right?
Oh, yeah. And this?
Has
Bravo.
played.
Bravo,
Queen
Sasha.
c1 instantly. Of course, no. I mean, Queen never exchanges the queens in any situation, but especially in this one. g4.
Wow.
White will probably instinctively take on g4 because she has no time. She needs to make a move, takes, and now g3 is coming.
Wow, you predicted all that. Amazing, amazing job so far. And look how safe the position of Black gets with every move.
Yeah, and actually the king may get to b7. Remember, I was talking about some safe spot for the king, and this is exactly the one. And I think White's position is getting more... like worse and worse with every move. Especially considering that she needs to play 5 more moves. With 5 minutes on the clock, she will be able to make it to the time control, of course, but this guy's weak, the king is now actually weak after g3, so the best for White is to try something like, change something, but this won't happen. So I actually expect Black to win this game. Because Valentina will just offer a draw or make a draw, right? So
Yeah. No, it's totally safe now for Aleksandr. In fact, I think this position has never been so calm. Their game, like the situation on the board, has never been so calm in this game as it is right now.
it's so comfortable, yeah, for Aleksandr.
Yeah.
In none of the games, yeah.
She doesn't risk anything anymore. There are no tricks. There are no like attack. It became pretty static. This is the word, static. Dynamics and statics. It became static. This is not what Valentina wants, because she wants to complicate.
She wants dynamic, yeah.
She wants dynamics. She needs to find the ways to create problems for her opponent, and this is what she does. Going for the king, queen g5, pretty obvious.
Yeah. Now g3 will be played, I think.
There are a couple of checks for white.
Yeah, checks, but I will find a very safe place on
Like queen
piece,
g4?
Although, you know,
Queen
there is
g4?
some, let's say, takes.
Oh, queen g4
I mean,
we can play.
queen b4, for example, right? Check, check, check. I mean, I have rook d8 here, but if king b7, maybe I have some rook a1 ideas.
Rook a3.
But even here, you still have rook a3, so
With active,
no mate on a8 for white.
with an active queen for black, no danger will come to their king.
Yeah, no big danger. I think g3 should be played quickly, and now, or maybe even, you know, you said g3, queen g4, right?
Yeah, this is what I said.
And this like doesn't allow us to bring the king to b7. So maybe king c8, but this loses a pawn, so it's not like you know, this is a very obvious thing to do.
No, she won't do that. It just gives away the pawn. No. And g3,
yeah,
all right.
is on the board.
Fair enough.
Now, queen g4 we think is the only. But queen g4, queen e6, we exchange the queens.
Yes, that was also my
So
suggestion.
yeah, this is not an option. This is not an option. So bishop e3 looks like.
Not
the
only
move.
exchange the queens, but also win the pawn, because after like queen
Yeah, but
trade.
it doesn't matter. I mean,
Yeah.
in terms of match situations, so bishop e3 looks like the only move here.
Yes.
Although I see that your friends suggest the move bishop takes g3.
Bishop takes g3. I was thinking about it. Rook takes g3. There is
What's the point? I don't see it.
yeah, like if queen f5 and rook d1, but there is
But
queen
there's,
f5 and yeah. Oh,
yeah, I think this is just makes a draw for white. This is why bishop takes g3 is the best move. So, but this won't happen again. She can't afford making a draw here, so she will play bishop e3, I think.
I feel like Aleksandr plays way better this game than the game she had yesterday.
She plays very, very well. Yeah, I mean a couple of inaccuracies, but you know, in such short position, we can't really expect a flawless game, right?
Yeah, and once again, I will add. Sometimes it's not sometimes it's wiser to have more time on the clock and not to make the worst moves. Sometimes it pays off. All right, what do we have?
So basically, you're saying it's a good idea to play fast and good.
Yeah. Make good moves fast, but not the best moves and too much time.
It's
a golden rule.
Like, you know, in Russia.
You shouldn't come up with the best moves. You should just make good moves. You don't need to make the best moves to win the game.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but it just reminded me of the Russians saying it's better to be rich and healthy than poor and sick, ill.
Wait, what? Rich and healthy than poor and sick?
It's better to be rich and healthy than poor and ill.
No, but what is the point?
I mean, there is no point, but it's more or less similar to what you just said.
No, that's not. That's not.
All right. Yeah, but okay, bishop e3, king c8. Yeah, now the king is getting very, very safe. So, yeah, Kostyuk will not lose this game, and that means that we will actually have only one tiebreak. Is that correct, Dina?
Yeah. Only one tiebreak.
Only one tiebreak match between Muzichuk and Zagnidze.
And we'll be focusing on those games tomorrow. Okay, what do we see here? But wait, where's
The
the
pawn
pawn?
on G3 has been just taken. So now we can take on B4, I guess, right? Attack E4 as well. And the thing is, this pawn, it looks like this pawn will run much faster than the G pawn. So, I mean, the main difference, as I see it, is the strength of the bishops. Like, this bishop is much stronger because it attacks E4 and potentially attacks G2 as well. And this guy just does nothing.
Yeah, I remember those times when we were happy about f takes e4 with the bishop being so strong on g3, and look at it right now. Look at him now. Not the same bishop anymore.
It's not the same, and honestly, I don't really see a move for white. Queen f2 or what? Like, the bishop isn't moving, the queen has to protect the rook, and the rook has to protect the bishop, so...
Everybody has to protect everyone, and looks like lacking some harmony between the pieces.
Yeah, and
I mean, they're just passive.
unlike black's position, which is actually very harmonious.
Yeah. 3 minutes only for Valentina, while 22 for Aleksandra. Could be the last day of Valentina here at the World Cup.
Yeah. Yesterday's game was very unfortunate. Today, looks like Aleksandr is just playing better than Grina.
She's, let's say, more... I wanted to say adequate, but I'm not sure this is the right word. She's more... She's controlling better the situation.
So, any idea for white? Anything, Dina? We need some idea in order to keep the intrigue in this match.
Yeah, well... No, but bishop is so stupid. Like...
Queen g8. Oh, she's going. She's going.
For rook.
Oh, isn't it like almost the same line we just looked at? I mean, a couple of minutes ago, rook a1 and then rook a3, right? And
but they would just have rook a3.
I mean, this is just lost. This is just lost. But she has to go for it because now the rook is hanging as well. Right? The rook is hanging, and I mean, rook e2 is just losing immediately. She will play rook a1, but then rook a3 just finishes the game.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's objectively finishes the game, but what's more important is that there's just no chance for black to lose.
True.
Yeah, you're right. I think Gunin just lost control at some point and started to play not so great. She's about to move her bishop, and the bishop just went to b2. But it doesn't really change much, right?
Yeah, well, Valentina is trying to hold, but...
No, she is trying to win, but
she's trying to
she needs to be trying to hold it.
Yeah, to keep something, like... I mean, hold in a way she doesn't trade the rooks, for instance.
I think the pawn on the big pawn will just run very, very fast, and there shouldn't be any trouble for black in terms of keeping the position under control.
Yeah.
So, yeah, looks like today will be a shorter day for us, Dina. And that was unexpected, right?
No, that was not expected
All the
at all.
matchups are so close, but Duakaso just blundered the rook in one move. Muzichuk and Zagnidze just made a quick draw, so they didn't really have much going on in that game. And yeah, Lagno is completely losing, just a clear exchange down in the second game. Moreover, I think something like king c4 and then rook takes e2, and she will try to win she will win the pawn endgame. Yeah, so and both games just reached the time control, so Gunina will finally get some extra time, but unfortunately this won't be too helpful in this situation because her position is just. I mean, I think it's just lost, to be honest. But again, what's more important is that it's almost impossible for Black to lose. On the other hand, isn't it exactly the same situation we were saying yesterday, right? Rook takes e2. All right.
What do you mean by the exact same situation?
I mean, when we were saying that Gunina had no chance of losing the game.
Oh, yeah.
Or king, she's going for the pawn game.
Yeah, king c4.
King e3.
And now something like g4. Oh, sorry, b5. I meant b5.
b5. Yeah, the point is like white is just in Zugzwang, right?
Yeah.
She eventually will have to move the pawns, and eventually she will have to move the rooks, the king as well. Yeah. And then she will lose the d4 pawn. So very, very convincing. Does she speak English? This is my question.
Would you like to invite her?
I mean, she's been one of the most stable players so far.
Yeah.
Hasn't had any serious trouble at all, and she was even much better yesterday. So we won't push too much, but if she could join us, this would be great, I think.
Yeah, let us see.
You know, after such convincing victory over the second seed of the tournament, I think she's one of the favorites of the event.
What would you like to ask her if she were to join us?
I mean, I would be first of all curious about how did they decide who actually comes to the event, because I think the Chinese Federation allowed only 4 players to participate, two women and 2 men. So something like that, and also how did she feel about her game today, and also who did she beat in the last round?
Wasn't it Sarah Sadat?
Sarah, yeah, also very nice play by her. She's playing some, strategic chess, not very bright but very, very convincing style and with almost no mistakes.
Yeah, but she's a former world champion.
Yeah.
I have some bad news for you.
What is it?
She does not speak English.
At
I
all?
recall her interview with in Gibraltar from a year ago, when the pandemic was already taking their speed in China, and she was there together with Lei. What is Lei's name? Lei. You see who the player who I mean? I'm sorry to pronounce her name.
Li Tenzi.
Yeah. And Lei was translating the interview.
So she doesn't speak any English at all?
No, she doesn't.
That's too bad.
Yeah, but and I remember they were asked like what were the plans. It was January 2020, and they said that what were they from the next interviews, but they said they had absolutely no. I mean, Tan Chen-Gil she was the one who used to answer, and she said that she had absolutely no idea because already the Chinese league I think was already cancelled, and they had some tournaments starting because the situation was already getting pretty bad.
I mean, especially in China. Right?
Yeah, in their country. Although at that time, in Europe and the other world, no one was ever expecting such a long break.
That was getting big. I remember this January.
Yeah.
I was actually talking to my dad saying that this is something, which won't last for long. And my dad told me that he already then, back in January, he thought this will be serious because, some countries started to close the borders and cancel the flights and stuff like this. And this is something that never happened before. I mean, all this Ebola and stuff like that. All the other viruses.
All right. So that means.
I mean, maybe during the pandemic she actually learned some English.
I don't think so. Yeah. Well, but the question is really, really interesting. Like, she's the only female Chinese player here.
Left, yeah.
Who else was? She was the only from the very beginning.
No, I thought there was like 2+2, like 2 men and two women.
June was not playing, but Ruy was not playing. I don't think there were any Chinese players.
Well, take a look, but I think this was the case. But all right. So, anyways, here right now we have King E2 because, I mean, all the pawn moves weren't helpful anyways. F4, F5. If D3 we go King C3, so the king will have to move eventually. She decided to move the king right now, but King D4, King D2. I mean, this is a pawn game, so must be winning.
I cannot see any other Chinese player.
Alright, so maybe she's the only one.
Yeah, she might have been like stayed in Europe or so.
And isn't she the wife of Chinese Grandmaster Bu Sunjin?
Oh, this one I will need to check.
King D5, yeah. She doesn't even need to think here. The position wins itself. King E3, D4, King D3, then King D5. Oh, just resigns after D4, so this is official. Unfortunately, it wasn't Lagna's day today at all. She got a great position out of the opening and then just made a bunch of very strange moves and yeah. But well deserved by Tanya, and yeah, it's very unfortunate she doesn't speak any English because I would be very curious to hear her thoughts on her path so far because she's been very, very convincing. I don't think she even played any time breaks, has she?
No, I don't think so.
I don't. So she's winning every single match in the classical portion.
Let me have a look. She won against the Turkish player Yildiz with 1.5. She won against Marisa Bak 2-0. She won against Sara Sadat 1.5, and now she wins against Katerina Lagno with 1.5 to half points.
Just a monster. I mean, isn't she like the only player who didn't have to play any tiebreaks?
Aleksandr Kostyuk.
Kostyuk, she did. Oh no, she didn't, right? I thought she played against Maria Muzicic, but no, she didn't.
She did not, and
are they facing each other?
Valentina Gunina also did not have any tie breaks.
All right, makes sense. So, who is Tan facing in the next round?
And Tan Zhengyi will be facing Aleksandr Kostyuk if Aleksandr finishes this game with a positive score for her. Yes, it is official. Our viewers were asking if Katerina Lagno was out, and it is official. Katerina Lagno is out. She loses her game to Tan Zhengyi and gets knocked out in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate turn of events for her because she's been playing well as well, right?
Yeah.
We can't say that it was a bad tournament for Katerina, but looks like
one little moment in this game where she made a sequence of strange moves, right. And
but it wasn't just one bad move, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not one move, it's a sequence. It's a period. It's a period in the game when she started making.
Which is kind of weird because, like, generally, you make one bad move and that's it. But here she made like 3-4 bad moves in a row.
Yeah. So also the other thing which is a little bit weird is that the position was pretty simple. It was an endgame, and it was symmetrical, more or less symmetrical kind of position.
Like,
so,
why would she give up the pawn? Like in this sorry, not this game.
Maybe she was worried of, like, now that I think of it, rook takes d5, rook takes d5, knight takes d5, h4.
Okay,
but then you can just go knight f4 and protect
first of all, you can stop the pawn. But secondly, why don't you, instead of knight f4, why don't you just play rook g1 and keep a healthy position, right?
Yeah.
Without allowing black to get a passer, and the knight only 6-10 well, so next move we may try to play knight f4, so all of this is very, very surprising, and it's hard to understand, to be honest, what happened to Katerina in this game. So, looks like since we just have only one game and the players just reached the time control, we don't expect any fast moves from the players. Or it's time to take a short break.
Yeah, let us take a short break indeed, because the only game that is left is Katerin Lagno versus Tanjan Gi. Oh, wait, I'm looking at this. Valentina Gurina versus Aleksandr Kosteniuk is the only game that is left. And now that they reach the time control, things will be
slow down.
And yeah, I think it's a good moment for us to take a short break, but we will be back very, very soon.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Уютный особняк на Гоголевском бульваре 14 включен в список объектов культурного наследия столицы как особняк Васильчиковой-Оболенского фон Мек. Построенный на пепелище пожара Грозного 1812 года, он стал семейным гнездом известных аристократических семей и уважаемых купеческих родов. Уже почти 200 лет по парадной лестнице с мраморными ступенями и палисандровыми поручнями, мимо строгих кариатид, хозяева и гости поднимаются в парадные залы особняка. Самый просторный из них — большой зал, обустроенный князем Оболенским в 1859 году как место для балов, с хорами для музыкантов. Последние дореволюционные хозяева дома, Зимины, использовали его для репетиции частной оперы, о чем напоминает уникальный рояль «Бехштейн» 1908 года. Когда в 1956 году дом стал центральным шахматным клубом, здесь проходили важнейшие мероприятия мирового уровня, вплоть до съезда FIDE и матчей на первенство мира. Для тех, кто не мог попасть в переполненный зал в качестве зрителей, на чугунном балконе выставлялась гигантская демонстрационная доска, и за ходом важнейших партий можно было наблюдать прямо с бульвара почти в режиме онлайн. Красно-золотой парадный зал, его еще называют Чегоринский, место для наиболее торжественных мероприятий и встреч. Во время недавней реставрации восстановлен его вид по состоянию на конец XIX века. 150-летний камин из итальянского мрамора – один из 3 сохранившихся в особняке. Рядом с парадным залом – зеленая гостиная, некогда кабинет хозяина дома, а в советские времена – гроссмейстерская, куда имели доступ только обладатели высшего шахматного звания. Здесь юный Бобби Фишер сражался в блиц с Тиграном Петросяном и Евгением Васюковым. Здесь занимался с учениками Михаил Ботвинник. Самое необычное помещение особняка — мавританская комната. Архитектор, выполнявший задачу по соединению главного здания усадьбы с флигелем, отдал дань модному в середине XIX века ориентализму и превратил служебный переход в яркий памятник Востока с золотой арабской вязью и характерной нишей минбаром. Мавританская комната соединяет большой зал и музей шахмат.
welcome back to the second game of the round 5. We have still one more game that is going on between Aleksandr Kostyuk and Valentina Gudina, and things do not go well for Valentina. Unfortunately, she didn't manage to put any danger to Aleksandra, but game still continues. So who knows? Maybe things will. Even when I say it, I do not believe in it. But who knows?
It's hard to believe that Valentina will manage to create any single problem for Black in this position. And I think the only question is if White will be able to hold this. So I mean, yesterday she was this close to win the game. Unfortunately, very, very bad loss for her in the yesterday's game. But today she just got outplayed and a very convincing play by Aleksandr so far.
Yeah, also there were some mistakes, but Valentina did not manage to use them. And right now the position does not promise anything good for Valentina, unfortunately.
Yeah, the position is bad, the time situation is bad, everything is bad, so it looks like Kostyuk was actually stronger in this match, right? So we can't say that this was any surprise, let's say.
We hoped for a more exciting fight, let's put it this way.
But yesterday was really exciting, right?
Yeah, but yesterday was amazing. Yesterday was the I think this was the best show of all, like, the games we have seen so far. I mean, of course, tie breaks are always epic enough, but speaking of long time control, the first portion, the main portion,
Classical.
yesterday was the most exciting of all.
Yeah, I think this game, I was gonna say, could win the prize, but there is no prize anymore, right? So Bishop e3 has been just played. I mean, Queen Rook e2 is the simplest, I guess. Just exchange rooks, and then the pawn. The problem is White's king is weak as well as the pawn is running very, very fast, and it's just very hard to stop it. So as well as White still needs to win this game in order to stay in the match. So
yeah, I'm like, speaking or looking at my dear analysis board, I see that Queen A4 was a little bit letting White breathe more, with the idea of maybe Queen G7 or Queen G5 attacking the E5 pawn. But the move that Valentina came up with, King H2, I can't say like spoiled it all, but
I thought you were gonna do this. King
did
H2.
not spoil it, but clearly was not the most fighting one.
And it doesn't matter, the position is still so comfortable for Black. She doesn't need to find all the best moves all the time. And after Bishop E3, she's thinking now, Rook E2, I mean, I think is the best in terms of the match situation, but maybe we can play Rook T3 as well, Rook D1, whatever. Literally any move is great.
Rook E2
Rook
just
E2
happened.
has happened, yeah, this is the most natural, and the E4 is also very weak, so no problem at all for Black.
No.
And this means that Kostyuk will face Tanzhangi in the next round, right?
Yeah.
Both players won all of the matches in the classical portion.
But here what is... Oh, yeah, you're right.
And Garyachkina will wait for her opponent, because it will be decided tomorrow in the tiebreak match between Anna Muzychuk and Zagnitsa.
Yeah. Fair enough. And it's hard to come up with something kind of wants Valentina to come back and do look for some complications here, but they just do not come into our heads.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those situations when it's even hard to imagine the scenario. Like, this in the previous game, you know, where you could see that, like, if White's king doesn't get mated, then White has 3 pawns on the queen side and something may happen. Here, it's just literally impossible to find a scenario where White wins, you know, or at least gets a chance to win the game.
The unfortunate thing about this game is that Aleksandr is confident, is glad with the draw, is happy with the draw.
Yeah,
if it wasn't so, then we could see that scenario where Aleksandr would overpush, but here she will not. She will never.
Yeah, but I mean, overpushing is hard here.
Yeah. You know, one more thing that I came up with during the break was that sometimes we say that this so to be pressure of leadership. For instance, we saw it in Polina Shvalov's game against Nana Zaknitzer, I believe it was. We didn't feel that at all here in this game. Like, Aleksandr, from the very beginning, showed us that she was a clear leader, and she was going to win this match. And Valentina was struggling from the very beginning, and it was not something that we have seen in many other matches when the player. One player was leading, the leading player was losing their game.
Yeah, I agree. Very well handled by Aleksandra, and time-wise as well as the situation on the board. So, but I think we should also take into account the style of her win yesterday, right? Because it was so unexpected that it should have. It probably gave her a huge boost. And the opposite thing for Gunina, who is a very emotional player, and she probably didn't feel too well after yesterday's game, right?
Yeah, and seems like your bet is about to be proved since you were putting your stakes on Aleksandra.
I honestly forgot what was the bet.
For the outcome of this match.
Right, okay, yeah. In this match, I'm winning my bet, but I lost.
In Katerina Lagno.
Yeah, I bet on Katerina as well, and she lost.
Oh,
so
okay.
It's not an easy walk for me. But we also had a bet between us, right? And but that bet, I think you were saying that Dina would save the game, right?
Oh yeah,
so, convincingly won by me.
Convincingly, yeah. This is how you say it. Okay.
But I lost the previous one, so we even now.
Yeah. Fair enough. All right.
Yeah, so not much is happening here, and not much to discuss, to be honest. So maybe if the chat has some questions, we could answer the questions.
Yeah, go ahead. We can also remind our viewers that tomorrow is going to be the last day of us, both of us, covering this event, since with the games being, since with the number of games decreasing, the 4 commentaries will be merged into 2 only. We have right now 4 official broadcasts, 2 on English and 2 on Russian for each section. And starting from the round 6, we will be having only 2 teams, meaning that semifinals for women's section will be covered by Almira Skripchenko and Nigel Short. So the whole point is that if you want to ask any questions to Sasha or me, go ahead and use the opportunity right now as well as tomorrow, because these are our last days in the studio.
Yeah, today and tomorrow. So hopefully we will be back together, right, Dina?
Absolutely.
Have you enjoyed working with me?
Yeah, that was a total pleasure so far, and I truly enjoyed our commentary together, and I will be hoping to work again with you soon.
Same here, Dina, same here. So we will be working tomorrow as well?
Yes, so we do not say bye yet, so we just prepare you for is a see you soon word. I guess we shall see what happened there. Is Valentina getting mated? No, not yet.
I think she's
Bishop
getting
D7.
first. I mean,
Bishop D7?
Bishop D7, yeah, Rook G4, and how's it not made?
No, that is not made yet, but...
It's not made yet, but it will be made after King H4, Rook G2, and I think Queen G2 should be simply mating H3.
Oh my. There is Queen D5 though.
Queen D5, Bishop C6.
And mates.
And mates on H3. This game will finish very, very soon, so...
Oh yeah.
So maybe we should...
So let us remind you once again the sponsors of our event. We have Gazprom, who is a general partner of the championship and is a global energy company. Gazprom views its mission as ensuring a reliable, efficient and balanced supply of natural gas, other energy resources and their derivatives to consumers. We also have Nornickel with a special Platinum Crowd prize, which was awarded to Aleksandr Kostyanyuk in the round 4, Bibi Sarasova in the round 2, as well as Valentina Gunina in the round 3. Nornickel is a leading Russian metals and mining company and is also the world's largest producer of high-grade nickel and palladium. This company supplies the growing demand for metals essential for the production of goods capable of significantly improving the quality of people's lives and ensuring transition to a low-carbon and energy-efficient economy. But we also have Fosagro.
Yeah, and Fosagro is one of the world's largest producers of phosphate-based fertilizers and contributes to Russia's food security while also supplying vitamins for growth to 102 countries around the world. For many years, the company has actively supported the development of chess as a sport, acting as a strategic partner of FIDE and as a general partner of the Russian Chess Federation.
Yes, and we cannot thank these sponsors enough. These are our general partners, but we also have many other partners. We see here the logo FIDE, Russian Chess Federation, as well as Sirius, I believe. But we also know that Chessable, Russian Ministry of Sports, Kayak, Aeroflot, and many others do support this event, and it would not be possible without this help. We know that this is a very special event. It is the biggest, and it's the first serious over-the-board event of such caliber ever since the pandemic, ever since the break, and hopefully such kind of events will be taking place over and over again, and hopefully the world will get back to normal. And so far, the normal is that Aleksandr Kostyanyuk is about to advance to the semifinals, as well as Tan Changyi and Alexandra Gurachkina. Anna Muzichuk and Nana Zagnidze will be facing each other tomorrow to find out who is going to be the semifinalist.
Yeah, so the situation is clear. Only one match isn't clear, and it's hard to call a favorite for tomorrow's match, but we'll probably talk about it tomorrow in detail, since that's going to be only one match to cover for us.
We do have a question in the chat. Our viewers are asking us why there are boards on a stage and the boards on the floor. The reason is that the top seeds are always placed on the stage to praise their strength, so to be, and the boards that are where we have players a little bit lower rated, they usually go downstairs. I bet this is the normal way of putting it. Every single time the top seed gets a privilege, and this is also a motivation to work hard and keep the highest level possible.
Right, this is a standard thing to do, and it actually makes a lot of sense. Like the better you play, the better place you get, right? So I think we will see a resignation very, very soon. Queen f2 is a nice move. Bishop d7 is coming with a mate, and as well as the rook is hanging. So probably she'll play something like rook d1, but this is not helpful, right?
No,
Because
no,
of
no,
queen
no, not at
f3
all.
and we take the rook on
And
d1.
thank you for the rook.
She just played rook a1, but this should be made after bishop d7. Yeah. Bishop d7, Valentina resigns. And we were talking in the break. I was saying that I would try to offer a draw as white, after the move 40, so at least save some rating points, but it clearly didn't come to Gunar's mind, and this game was played greatly by Aleksandr, and a deserved winner of this match. Yes, it's a pity to lose Valentina, since she's probably the most spectacular player of the whole event.
Indeed, she's the most spectacular, and as we have already mentioned it before, she has been playing great in this tournament until yesterday, and today was a decent game. I don't think she would lose it if she hadn't. And once again, when starting the sentence, I do not want to finish it anymore, because I was just about to say I don't believe she would lose it if she was not in a must-win situation. But now I understand that yesterday Valentina was not in a must-win situation. She still managed to burn the bridges. So
absolutely unnecessary. Yeah, I mean, she is a great player, very, very bright player, but you need some piece of practicality in your play when you play such knockout events.
Yeah, that is very, very good point so far. Right, so as you said, Sasha, that was going to be not a long day at the office.
The shortest one, actually, for us, right?
Could be the shortest. That could be more or less explained by the number of games being decreased.
Obviously, yeah.
But sometimes games do last long. This was not the case today, and we will meet again tomorrow for the tie breaks of the round 5. We will have the only one matchup between, once again, Anna Muzychuk and Nana Dzagnidzhe. Sasha, who do you think will win?
Well, I already mentioned, right, that I had my bets on Anna Muzychuk, so I know I'm supposed to be neutral.
Yeah.
And I am. But I still think she's a slight favorite. Just because she's a world rapid champion, she's 2 times world blitz champion, I think, and great specialist when it comes to rapid time controls. And from what I witnessed when Nana played against Polina Shvalova, she didn't feel to me like a great blitz player.
Yes, I do think that your theory makes a lot of sense, but when it comes to the knockout system, we know that the most important thing is to keep the cold blood and do not let your emotions affect your play. So that meaning everything is possible tomorrow.
Anything can happen, but it all comes to nerves in the end of the day. So we'll see. But actually, in that sense, I think Nana is one of the favorites because she feels like the most
calm,
the most calm and the most experienced, one of the most, if not the most experienced player right now.
Yeah, she's 3 years older than Anna, so yeah, that should be it. Right, so in any case, we will have a lot of joy tomorrow, and we are extremely excited about it.
Yes.
That is gonna be our last day at the office in the studio tomorrow, so do make sure to step by, to come by and say us hi and bye.
And bye.
And also join the commentary tomorrow, 3 p.m. Moscow time, FIDE YouTube channel. We are really looking forward.
Bye-bye.